Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, August the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you guys in our main room, and I'm just waiting for somebody, maybe Pepe, to tell me you guys can hear me in YouTube. And I think the answer is just give me one moment, guys. I think I hope I haven't screwed something up. Okay, thank you, Pepe. What happens is your comment gets covered up completely, and I have to dig around to see it. But okay, great. Thank you very much. Give me one moment as I resize stuff. All right. So what is happening this morning? Well, I can tell you a couple of things happening this morning. SCKT and STKH, the two big movers yesterday, getting hammered this morning. So we have a couple of new ones. Well, one new one and one. Well, we have a couple. I look for the ones that are up at least 100%. This is close. WXM. See if there's any news on this one. No, there's no news. Here's the news. Low flow China. That's your news. That's what they should put out. Headlines. These companies. Yeah, just put it to PR. Hi, we're a low flow China stock. Buy us. But seriously, look at that. At maybe the lowest I've seen. 330,000 shares in the float. 22 million have traded already. So WXM, I cannot find any news specifically on them. PLAG. Okay, well, there is news on that one. Enters commercial operations to source, market, and distribute lactoferrin. Okay, lacto intolerance for lacto intolerant people. I don't know, but anyway, that's your news for Planet Green. Not a low. Well, it's low. It's 11 million, just not the crazy low floats. A lot of volume already. PLAG. Let's take a look at where this could go. So the next high on a weekly chart is 192. I'm sorry. When I saw that, I thought it was $11.30, but it's $1.13. Okay. So the next high is $1.90 on a weekly chart for PLAG. So certainly on a weekly chart, it has some room. FRTT, big pop, way up to 333, big drop, right back down a couple of dollars underneath the VWAP. Fort Technology to acquire 50.1% of Logia USA for $125,000 in shares. Okay. That's your news for FRTT. This one is a pretty active one usually. ONON. Why is it down? Yeah, it's an earnings play. Okay, ONON is an earnings play. So William, I have not had a chance to take a look to see if you had any of your buy or beat raises, miss lowers. None of them were any good. Okay. Well, ONON, certainly this is a stock we've seen quite a bit. So this is getting hammered down. It's a big float. That's a big move. 17%. 17%. Plus you misspelled half the symbols. That won't help. But again, this is a big float, guys, to be down 17% on earnings. And that's ONON. Yeah, well, I've got to watch that one. Okay, let's take a look at it on a monthly chart to see where could it go. The next lows on a monthly chart, it looks like they're almost right there. There's a low right there on the monthly chart, 31.62. So we're at 31.67 right now. 31.62, 31.76, and 31.41. So key area it's in right now. Very key area in my opinion. Back this out a little bit more to see where there's a low of 29.84. Low 29.84 in May of last year. I'm sorry, of 2 years ago now. Yeah, May of 2024. So that's an interesting one, guys. I think, anyway, an interesting potential short, like one of those potential all-day shorts. Especially if it can just take out that 31.50 level. Call it. I'm gonna put a price alert down there just in case. Okay, WY. Okay, well, this one did not give it up. This was one of the high flyers from yesterday, the WYHG. And yeah, this was my big trade yesterday. I wish I'd held on right to the bitter end, or not to the bitter end. Look, so look what it did. It got up to 1264. Look where it closed though, 7 night. I'm sorry, that's the week. Well, yeah, it got up to 1279. Look where it closed, 557. So that was a massive sell-off. RNW. Let's see what's happening with RNW. RNW, big spike right now, guys. Yeah, big spike. RNW, not an earnings play. August 13th coming up. Okay, unless they've released. Sometimes these, we have where our provider gives us the earnings release date, but sometimes these guys will release earlier. I don't mean these guys specifically, but in general. Well, it's funny you guys are talking about go no go. Go no go is the reason why I was introduced to bar charts, because if you do decide to subscribe, you will be using bar charts. So okay, so this is okay. They're going to be taken private at $7 share in cash. So that is a buyout basically. They're being taken private for RNW. That is the reason. Yeah, and that's why I'm not using Go No Go anymore. But that is why I stuck with the bar charts. I really like them. Okay, Rackspace, RXT. This is an earnings play. Okay, we haven't seen this one for a while. It's been a very active stock in the past few years. But Rackspace, RXT, earnings play. Where could this one go? Looking at a weekly chart, the next high right there last week looks like 522. So it's above that. So the next high on a weekly chart, it's got a lot of room on a weekly chart. Okay, 433 on a weekly chart, or $4. Yeah, sorry. So I'm sorry, 774. That's the next high in a weekly chart. So it certainly has some room. I'm going to thumbnail that one. SOC, are you Sable Offshore? What? Thought you hated this company. Are you trolling the room, William? Or trolling, or are you looking to short this? Oh, you were just teasing. Okay. It is an earnings play, though. Next low looking left, 438. Okay, what else is happening in this little window we've got here? M10 was pretty active yesterday. MTEN. Yeah, I recall this one just popping over a dollar. Well, at least it's maintained. It has maintained over a dollar. Yet, well, yeah, that's right. Yesterday, yeah, I got up to 178, but it closed down here at a dollar. These are, I mean, this not confidence inspiring. When you see something like that, cannot even remotely hold the gains. Okay, let's take a look at the sector. So the market, the SPY is up a little bit. What happened? So the Dow was down a bit, the SPY was down a bit, the Qs were down a bit yesterday. Nothing dramatic. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar and click on Dog Channel Bar. And then these are all theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the Show More, get down to the Sector Status channel. Okay, so ahead of the 9:30 open, SMH, so the semis are the top sector, not by much, but 1.3% top sector. And at the bottom here, we've got home builders, XHB, silver. My guess is that silver is going to be weak today. When they start off like this, generally I find that the silver will, or this is the silver ETF, will generally start to drift. But home builders are the weakest ones. So let's take a look at, can we find anything? Well, Best Buy, are you an earnings play? Best Buy, August 27th, not an earnings play. So for some reason, Best Buy, target raised to 85 from 65 by Wells Fargo. It's not hurting today. Truist, they put in a more aggressive target, $95. First Home Bank and Best Buy Canada renew exclusive retail financing partnership. Okay. I'm just looking at some of the headlines for today for Best Buy. So we've got some price upgrades, targets for Best Buy. So that's why it's having a pretty decent day already. Not an earnings play, had earnings already. So what's the worst one in retail? Carvana, nothing dramatic, but it is the worst one in retail right now. First Solar I think had a bad day. I don't know if it was yesterday. It's not loading in my chart. But First Solar is having a rebound then. And what's the worst one in technology? Adobe. Adobe, is this an earnings play? Not an earnings play. But you can see what you can do. You can come to this channel, the sector status channel, check out what the top sectors are, the worst sectors are, and then the top and worst sectors, or the top and worst stocks in individual sectors are. And maybe that's your plan for the day, to trade those. Figure out a way to trade those stocks. We'll look at that again, maybe around 10:15. That's right. That's right. We looked at that Was it yesterday they had earnings? Well, it was tanking when the rest of the sector seemed to be moving higher. Yeah, no, the last 2 days have been bad. Yeah, and nothing to do with earnings. July the 30th. So really nothing to do with earnings. Did you open the room around 7 o'clock or 7:30, William? Says 7 o'clock or 7:30. 6:30. Oh, okay, that's strange. I didn't see any. 6:30 your time. Was no 6:30 Eastern time. I'm just talking Eastern. Yeah, yeah. You had the appointment with your dog, right? The teeth cleaning. Eastern. So that was 6:30. Okay, do appreciate that. WAFU, WAFU, WAFU Education, low float, 1.52 million in the float, 13 million have traded, 13.9 million have traded. There was somebody in this room, I was off last week, but the week before, somebody in this room said they had SpaceX and they were at around $145, I believe. And they were agonizing about it, but look what's happening. I don't know if that person is still around or if he got out of the trade, but boy, that's what a recovery. I said this yesterday that everybody expects when a lockup expiry is up, and then they just expect a flood of shares. I've seen this happen so many times. When I say this happens so many times, just when you expect okay, a flood of shares are going to come on the market, it's really going to keep driving the price down. Doesn't happen. It's like all that's yeah, it just doesn't happen. I mean, look at this. That's a massive move. I mean, $104 to 138. That is a fantastic move in 3 days. We're talking about the SPCX. But certainly a bit of a difficult intraday trader. I found I was looking to trade it yesterday, but I just really couldn't get my head around it. I wouldn't be trading this either. I'd be trading the SSPC or the what is it, PCH. Ah, okay, Amber, good. Fuel. This is an earnings play, actually, guys. FF. This is an earnings play. Don't quote me on this. I want to say it was sometime last week. Okay, so I wanted to say August the 6th or something. If Grumpy's in the room, he seemed to have an idea exactly when that was. Don't put it in stone. No, it was Tuesday of last week. Okay, okay. So it wasn't the 6th; it was the 8th. Okay. So there you are. I mean, there's the day before. Okay, there's the. I'm sorry, it was the 8th. Would you say it was the? So it was the 8th. So right here. I'm sorry. It's all. It was Thursday the 6th. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. I was right. Didn't I say the 6th? So anyway, there's the date. Okay, so yes, it got driven down to 105, but look what happened. Closed at 114, and it hasn't looked back. All right, guys, we're getting close. I saw that ONON actually triggered a little bit. This one I might have to might even take a short almost immediately. Just give me a moment here, guys. When I get rid of these two and get ready for the 9:30 open. What's the spread like? ONON, not terrible. 39.45 right now. I mean, there's 31.41. That's the low. So I mean that's a monthly low. There's not a lot holding this up. Hmm. GLE, Monica, didn't you say you were holding this GLE? Well, through the it's through the 200-day moving average now. Oh, you're out of it now. Okay. All right, guys. We'll go 20 seconds to the 9:30 open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'm gonna have to really make up my mind quickly on the ONON. And we are open. Wow, the spread all of a sudden got crazy. 24.75. Well, the spread got crazy on it. It wasn't that bad in the pre-market, which is a little bit strange. Yeah, I have to stay away from it right now. And we have our first halt of the day, the WXM. Well, SpaceX is attempting to get to 140 now. All right, let's take a look at QMCO. Wasn't this was a big one? I think yesterday. Well, I don't know if big one. It got up to 1250, closed down here. Big pop, big pop. It's an earnings play. Wow, RXT guys, RXT on the move, are on the move. RXT earnings play on the move. ACHR earnings play on the move. Hmm. So Archer, what did it get up to? Got up to 689, 710 or so was the next high on a weekly chart. So, and there's the 200-day moving average also. Is this shortable for me? This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 2 million shares. And the reason I say that is that 200-day moving average could be a real stall. Well, it's getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average, ACHR. This is an earnings play. Look at RXT. I mean, it got up to 570 and came right back down to 520, just like that. That's why I don't like trading in the first 15. Whoa, boy, William, the ONN. I don't know if you got out for a couple or you're still hanging on. Let's see what the spread is like. Boy, when you bought it, or what was the spread like? Well, it looks like right now it's not bad, 31.36. Cheap earnings play, guys. STM is a cheap earnings play. Neuronetics. What is the next high? That's on a monthly chart. All right, our first one from the reversal scan. SION. SION. Low flow, pretty low flow, not crazy low, but it is low. Oh my goodness! Look at the room it's got. I mean, I don't understand. I wasn't around last week, but I mean, this. I don't know if this is a reverse split or what is happening here. I mean, I got hammered down from 55 down to 455. That was on. Well, that was yesterday. I don't remember this now. Yes, now I remember. This is the bad one. Yeah, one of the bad bios that we saw in the pre-market. So wow, look, look at SpaceX, guys. I mean, that hit 140, and it almost less than 5 minutes, right back down to 135. See, it doesn't have enough room for me. The HCO doesn't have enough room for me. The next high is 6, and we're at 577. Let's take a look at the errors. Boy, we're seeing a lot of stocks like this. 644. Thank you, William. Look at another one with a ton of room. You know what's starting to rip here is this 10X. I think that was wasn't that the other one? Well, rip. This is just like Scion, guys. SION. These are the two that got hammered down yesterday. I think late stage data. So yes, they're having a bounce, but remember, for all the reasons that this got hit yesterday, they're still there. Now this one, is this an earnings play? Not an earnings play. Okay. Another low float China stock, guys. ELPW down yesterday, up today. Next high, far enough away. It's just look at some of these moves. I mean, look at our. Well, I'd have to put it up on my screen, but Dreamland. This is the one you're talking about, Monica. So we can't buy it at IB. Okay. I gotta throw SpaceX up here. Look at the drop here. Got it up to 140, dropped $6, less than 10 minutes, and well, guys, yeah, this is interesting sell off here. That is an ETF for it. What I'm looking for is maybe a little more expensive one to short. I don't like shorting these really cheap ones. No, this is definitely a day I'm waiting at least 15 minutes. So WXM was halted for how long? Well, it was only a 5 minute halt. Okay, MSGY. Let's take a look at this one. MSGY halted on the way up. Mason Glory. Okay, halted on the way up. Another really low float. Not a lot of volume yet. 141,000 shares only. You know what? I don't know if we can believe this. Did they do a reverse split? Obi's not around. He would have the answer just like that. That seems to be too much. Up 1,000%. It was a split. Thank you. Yeah. So our provider, yeah, that is correct. The 48%, but on the chart, it is not correct. Wow. Look at 10x. I mean, I have to admit that is. So this one's got some room. NIQ on a weekly, on a monthly chart, anyway, and it's an earnings play. Actually, NIQ was an earnings play at earnings after hours yesterday. So this is an earnings play. NIQ. I don't know what you felt about that one, if you even saw it, William. NIQ, but it is having a tremendous day, at 26% now. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. William, are you still long ONON? I can't. I wasn't sure about your comment. 28. What did that mean? Did that mean the 28? Looking to add below 30. Okay, I see. Well, I'll just have to find another one to short then. Can't do it, William. Cannot do it. NIQ. Okay, NIQ. What's the spread like? Actually, good spread. Only a nickel right now. $135. So this sells CELZ. The high yesterday, it's right there, is 135. If it can take that out, the next high is way up there on the daily chart, 195. So let's just see if this has. I remember seeing this one yesterday. Put a price a little around 138. See if it takes that out. Low float. I see that our AI has also targeted NIQ. Whoa! So Oracle's having not a good day again. Down. Stock is down about 3%. Looking at this as a short, guys. ORCU as a short. Underneath the whole number, market is moving down a bit. Oracle, the stock, more than likely, moving with the market. Yeah, you're right. The trade of the week is Oracle. Could have made some money on it yesterday, I guess. Was it 148? What was? I should write these things down. What was the trigger for it? I could probably tell looking at here. Was it 148 or so? 148.75. So you could have made money. I mean, got up to 152, but all right. WXM came out of the halt, and look at that, 330,000 in the float. That's right, 330,000 in the float. Are you kidding me? So 148, so a $20 stop. I mean, I know it had a lot of room to move. A $20 stop for Oracle. WXM halted again. Down here. It halted this time on the way down. Yeah. Give me a moment, guys. I have to load my little Epic pen. Then end the task. Give me a moment. That's a big. That's a big. Well, I mean, I know what Steve is looking at. I mean, obviously, a major move for Oracle, but that is a big. That's a big stop. Hey, William, you see who posted? Yeah, definitely wider stop, wider number of shares, or fewer number of shares. Well, this is working okay now from the AI guys. STIM. This is from our AI. STIM. Yeah, this STEM guys, not a bad one from our AI so far. 298 on the entry. So even if you'd waited for three, Ooh, you know, it was an excellent one. An excellent one on the reentry was the QMCO. So if you're sitting out there wondering what the heck I'm talking about, I'm talking about our AI. So if you have our AI, if you're a premium subscriber, let me know if you don't know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about reentries, and I'll explain it. I'll show you right on the screen. Otherwise, yeah, I won't, because that QMCO is really, really good on the reentry. So you have the premium service, Kaz? Okay. So number one, I'm hoping you're monitoring our AI by doing this, clicking on New from the toolbar, and then clicking on the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. That one right there. Okay. And don't go to the channel. Okay. So this is what I'm talking about then. This is when you load this, you should have the reentry price. Okay, as a column. You don't have to add it. It should be there, and you can see what happened. So the original alert price for QMCO was 1638, but it hit the stop 1589. Then it came halfway between 1589 and 1638, which in this case is 1613. And okay, so if you don't see the reentry price, it should be part of the default. But if you don't see it, right click, go to columns, and then add it. It's just, this column section, alphabetical order. You can add the reentry price. If you want to put the new stop and the time, you can go ahead and do that. So, for instance, the reentry price, if you don't see it, left click on it to highlight it, and then left arrow it over, and then it'll be a column that you'll see. I mean, that is almost as good as it gets. I mean, 1613, 1704 now. Okay. It's supposed to be part of the default now. You know, when people load this, it's supposed to be part of the default. So you don't have to, because most people don't even know it exists. Mm, not now. No, my anticipation on the ONON would be that it would start to drift down right from the beginning and keep going. So obviously it's not happening. So I'm glad you made money. So again, you're not going to get a reentry for every one of them, because the it has to hit the stop. Stock has to hit the stop and then come halfway between the original alert price and that stop. So you can see, well, right off the bat, there's only one that's happened so far. Some people just wait for that. Not saying that's the right way to do it, but our AI's had a couple of really good ones. Three right now. I mean, especially on the reentry and the QMCO, but the STIM, and the NIQ that I've been talking about. And you can kind of see what the theme is also. The AI is not looking for earnings plays, but those three are all earnings plays. Let's see what the TPG is. Not an earnings play, but these three right there, they are all earnings plays. Dryo. Haven't seen this one for a while. DRIO. Remember these days when it got up to this month's up to $18 just about, and then back down to 6. It just got halted. Pretty choppy action though. KPLT. This is Catapult or something. Yeah, Catapult. Ooh boy, this could have some room. Looks like they completed a merger with Aaron's and CCFI, whatever they are. Okay, so this is a merger, and I guess they are going to continue to trade under KPLT. Okay, so they've merged with these two companies that reported more than 4 billion in 2025 pro forma revenue. Okay, so that is Catapult. That's KPLT. Interesting. And this is halted. So let's see where it could open. Oh, well, it wasn't, doesn't look like it was halted on the way down, but so this is the first time I'm displaying this window. KPLT, the halt at 881, potential open. That's really strange. That was a big pop, and look at the open, but it is trying to come back. Again, that what I just displayed there is nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, it is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Well, it's interesting you say Homestead because KBH was the lowest. I didn't forget. I got up a little. I had to rush around and do other things this morning. Normally, I put in the economic calendar, and I guess home sales must have come out. But here, this is not okay. I know what I want to do. Just find that XHV. That's what I was thinking of. So XHV was the worst sector. But look at this. That's a turnaround, guys. That is a turnaround because when we looked this morning, XHV was the poorest performing sector in the pre-market. It wasn't getting hammered, but there's your turnaround. Okay, there is your turnaround. And as Feral Cat says, home sales stats. So Meta's on the move. It was starting to read something about Zuckerberg saying I want to make some kind of AI for all for the good of humanity. Okay, this is an interesting one, guys. Look at the CIFG. Okay, CIFG showing up on the reversal scanner. The next high is 627, almost a dollar away for a $5 to $6 stock. Very inter. Oh, this is the okay. This is the leverage long for CIFR. Okay, so it's a two timer. I just want to type in CIFR. See if it's an earnings play or it's just moving with the market. It's probably moving with the market. I don't see any news on it. So volume's a little light. It's only 175,000. That's five times normal. That's a little bit light. Well, and I direct you to the only one. Well, actually, this is another one. Let's see if it's this one. This is a short. Why is that happening? Give me a moment. So this is a short. Okay, FA is a short. I'm gonna check that one out. It is not an earnings play, so it's just for whatever reason it is. Got to be careful to see some of these stocks. They follow the market. Well, you can see it did. You can see exactly it followed the market. I'd love to short this. But I'm just finding that it's probably following the market too much. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. That did not trigger on the reentry. Excuse me. Excuse me. It did not trigger. This one just triggered though. 39.83 on the short. Now this is an earnings play. Okay. This is an earnings play. HROW just triggered on the short. No, did they all work? Of course not. But the other thing, the problem with it is that the spread is awful. Yeah, forget about it. It's almost a dollar spread, so I'm going to have to just forget about it. All right, it moved, guys. CIFG, it moved from that alert, 535, 551 right now. Still has room. So pretty good action this morning. Okay, guys, it is now 10:08, so don't have to, but I'm going to go over my homepage, show you the information you can get from it. And I checked this morning. That promo code looks like it's still alive. YouTubers, you're all sleeping in. There's no comments from anybody in YouTube. Again, I'm half a mind not to open it anymore. All right, so here is, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see at the very top, how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. I just checked the promo. It seems to be still working. So you can get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription using my code. And that works for both our standard and our premium services. Well, I asked if you're going to use if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. This will change from time to time. Why? It helps to keep the rooms. I'll include YouTube, but there's just nobody there. But I'll include YouTube and the main room. Okay, mainly the main room. Helps to keep these rooms open though. Why? Because the company tracks the use of the promo codes. And if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms open. Okay? It is really that simple. Oh, William, I'm sure you wish you had held on to your ONON. If you keep scrolling down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. So click on my homepage link. If you're going to take out a subscription, okay, if you're just taking it out now or you're thinking about it, click on the education section, click on the more info, and go down a little bit. Getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. Okay. This is mandatory if you're taking out a subscription. Okay. And if you don't have a subscription and you're wondering about the product, is this good? Is this something I might want to try? This is not necessarily for everybody. So start off with that second video, go to the end. It should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Okay. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them. If you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for some of my scans, my races, etc., here they are. Middle section, my scans, races. So what you can see from here, you can see this race right here. This biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. Upside versus downside movers is right here. And the halts resumes is down here. Now this daily trend reversals is here. It's just, this is sort of a variation of it. This is the DR stands for don't repeat. What you would see is more something like this. Okay, a repeating version where you see the stock over and over again as it either keeps making new highs or new lows. Now, for some of you saying, "Well, wait a minute, I'm not seeing ALEC as an example," but that's because if you load my scan the way it is on my homepage, I had a minimum of $2 before. I've adjusted it downward to $1. You don't have to do the same thing, but that is the reason. And I'll show you how you can do that if you want to. I have other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them open right now, but I am sharing some other types of scans. Pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. That's what I use in the pre-market. So any questions about the scans or anything else trade ideas related? Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So please don't feel like you're interrupting me. If I can't answer right away, I'll let you know. And believe me, I enjoy questions. It can get kind of boring sometimes. So PLAG just got halted on the way up. Okay, so this is still an active stock. And there's the fast-growing global lactoferrin market. Now, got to be something to do with lactose intolerance, I'm assuming. Okay, guys. So what's the Alec doing? Mitt, what's 665? Okay, I have to keep an eye on this one. The next high looking left is $7, so not bad. Don't know. Yeah, sometimes. Well, there it is. There it is. You talking about this for the NVB next for Plag? Here it is. Sometimes it takes a while for some reason to populate, but there it is. No big clue as to where it's going to open. All right, guys. So the MSGY came out of its halt and exploded, but then sold off. Low float, very low float. What's the news behind Plag? PLAG? I'm not sure we found any this morning, but let's see if I can. That's from Dr. Farm in our YouTube room. Um, yeah. Oh no, that was the news. That's right. Whatever lactoferrin is, I'm going to assume it's some kind of a lacto intolerance help. Okay, so Planet Green enters commercial operations to source, market, and distribute lactoferrin, and to add a chief scientist to the role. So that's your news for PLAG. And by the way, when I bring up my news headlines, they're from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. I know we have a news feed we have news, but in this case, it was there. Okay, we could have looked at that. We saw that in the pre-market. So there is the news. So it just opened. Plag just opened. PLAG opened, and it opened down. It opened down actually, coming into the VWAP. Will the VWAP hold it? And well, actually, it opened down and got halted. This is like that other one from yesterday. Was that the SION got halted and resumed about 29, 30 times, 40 times? So the QMCO, we've got three really good ones from the AI so far, and even four. I mean, the top four is what I'm talking about. We've got STIM up 11. What is 11? Wow, it's expanded. 12%, 11% for the QMCO, and that's actually more because that's calculating from the original entry. Remember now, it could be more. There's your re-entry, 1613. So if you didn't take it the first time, This is up a lot more than 11% from the 1613. NIQ, we talked about this one, 825, 8.25%. This one actually reversed, but some pretty good ones from our AI this morning. Geez, I had high hopes for the RXT, but no, RXT. Okay, I have to keep looking at these company ETFs. Oh, look at Meta just ripping. Didn't take it, and this is one I typically will really look at and take, but for whatever reason, I didn't take it. Another coin. This is a coin ETF, 2-time long for coin, the stock. So the stock itself is up about 2.25, 2.25%, a little bit more. Is it WXM? Yeah, it's got a whole. Well, there's the VWAP. The VWAP is around 10. Oh, I see that. Seeing your post at 1020. Well, yeah, such a low float, PJ. 330,000. I don't know if that's the lowest I've seen, but I mean that's ridiculously low. So that's why they can be so whippy. Somebody else mentioned Hertz, HTZ. Let's see, HTZ. It's from our YouTube room, Kishore. Yeah, it is on a mini rip here for some reason. The only thing I see are lawyers wanting you to join a class action suit. Yeah, I don't see any. I don't see any specific news on it. But yeah, it's above yesterday's. Had earnings a few days ago. Actually, the earnings reaction wasn't. Well, there's the earnings reaction right there. So the earnings reaction actually wasn't bad. Okay, and it's basically kind of maintained the pop. It hasn't dropped all the way back down. Ooh boy, this one, I got it. I know. I'm just sort of. I talked my out of some. I talked myself out of some of these things. Fortunately, but look at the airs now. 312, 335 now. A lot of times it's because I'm flitting around a little bit too much and not concentrating on these. I love these ones. Now this one, Babex 2389. Have I missed it? Not yet. So this is the. So BABA must be. First of all, before I would do this, I would look at overall China. So BABA, the stock, has got to be down about 3%. But let's take a look at overall China, K-Web, and see what's happening. So China, okay. So BABA's down 3%, and so is K-Web. Okay, so China is getting, hit a bit. And so what I could do is short this. And so if BABA, the stock, moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. Boy, this is interesting. I mean, look what it did. It got right into the VWAP and stalled. So, I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get a slightly better price on the short. Let's take a look here on the daily chart, 2316. So certainly there is some room. Again, I'm really thinking about shorting this one. I mean, it's obviously weak. The orange line weak, right into the VWAP. That's almost classic. The VWAP acted as resistance on the way up. Wait a moment, guys. All right, let's see if this works. I've shorted this one just around the current price, a little bit above the current price. Gets if it gets close to 24, I'm out. Okay, this is either going to work fairly quickly or it's not. I'm not going to hang around. I'm talking about BABX. That's the two time. Well, it's the long, but I'm shorting it. I'm not looking for the short version of this to buy. Again, that is not a recommendation for anybody to do the same thing. So I have this one thumbnail on my other monitor, so I can of course keep an eye on it on the chart. GRI. Wow, this is. I mean, look. I think this is reverse split adjusted. I don't think this stock was ever up at 80. So GRI, okay, low float 1.77, and in the float, let's take a look at the monthly chart. Where could it go? So the price is right now 243. There's 235, 240, 277. So on the monthly chart anyway, it's got a little bit of room, little bit of room. Yeah, this might not be working. I'm just going to give this a little bit longer, the BABX. I want to see if it gets back into the 80s, low 80s. Wow, look at that. Look, I mean, look, look at the float, guys. 1.77. That's what can happen. 250, 255. It looked pretty good, and then it just tanks right back down to 2. Well, there's the Hertz. HTZ, there's the Hertz. HTZ coming right into, now it had to take out that high, or had to get to that high for it to trigger in the reversal scan. Boy, look at SpaceX. I mean, this is a tough intraday trader right now. Up to 140, back down to 133, pops up to 137, back down to 134. I find it hard anyway. I did a quick look to see if this was shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And of course, it's not, which is probably a good thing sometimes. These low float stocks. I try to short a low float stock. Oh man, there's the RXT. This is shortable for me. Man, I would have thought. Well, okay. First of all, where's the next low? 441. I'm looking maybe to short this one, but it's the next low is down here, so too close. Went negative. I mean, this was very strong in the pre-market. Very strong. Actually on the market open got up to 567 on earnings. It was very strong. Boy, this was the one. I did not take this one. I thought about it, quite a bit. I saw this the NIQ. Where did I see that one? Must have been another scam. Maybe it was in here. Earnings play looked pretty good. Ooh. I mean, it still has room on a monthly chart. $17. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but it does have room on a monthly chart. Okay, I took myself out of the BabX, guys. I may look at it later if it gets back down to 2380, but it's probably pretty much tied into KWeb. Yeah, so KWeb is pop. Yeah, so I'm going to took myself out of it. I see now it's just over 24. So I took a little loss on the BabX short, BABX short. So the high up here, wow, the high up here is 168 for this PLAG. Look at the volume, 3,700 times normal up to this time of day. That's what that means. The relative volume, 3726 times normal up to this time of day. This is a great filter we've got. It's time of day sensitive, and it just got halted. Just got halted again. and we're talking about the PLAG. Under Armour had earnings a couple of days ago, not good, and continuing to sink after earnings. You can see there's a reaction and continuing to sink, almost a lifetime low. So we were talking about the ACHR. Okay, we're talking about the ACHR in the pre-market, and look what it did. We're wondering, could it get through the 200-day moving average? This is an earnings play, and you can see how it's just struggling to get through. Yeah, it poked its head above it, but not much. The 200, the actual number is 679. It got up to say 86 or so. It's still trying to get through that. But even if it did, there's a monthly high right there of 693, and there's a high right there of 709. So, I mean, these monthly highs may stall it also. So it's not just the 200-day moving average. I know it's an AI play, and we have a nice re-entry, 672. So it's not past that, but I'm just wary of the fact that it's got that 200-day and also these monthly highs. It doesn't, for me, it just doesn't have enough room. Oh, I didn't try to trade PLAG, so you're saying that's one of those ones that not allowing us at IB, Interactive Brokers, to trade it. Okay, so what I like to do, this is why I have this one that don't repeat. I can go back in time and see, well, what's happened from that first alert? Has it really moved at all? Is there still an opportunity? So I thought Schwab was one of those, though, that you can do a blanket waiver. I thought Schwab was one of those that you could do a blanket waiver, Burks, by basically saying, look, I'll sign whatever you want me to sign, but don't block me. But you got to call them. Okay, but you've got to call them, and then you can, okay, or chat. Okay. So you wouldn't have to do it every time. IB, it seems to be I Interactive Brokers is the only one that just they won't even give you a blanket waiver. Now I can't speak for every broker. One moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Okay, now here's another one. DSP. Is this what sort of float does this one have? Interesting. Earnings play. Earnings play, guys. Yeah. What sort of room does it have? Not a lot of room. So again, I'm looking to short this one. This is coming from the scan. So anything in yellow, a suggestion to short. Anything in powder blue, a suggestion to go long. Okay. But look, 1240. But the next low looking left is right here at 1236, which is too close. If it had been down here at 1186, I would probably take the short right now. So trade station, the same thing, Ozzy. You cannot. They won't give you a blanket waiver. And you've actually tried. You've actually called them to. You've actually tried, and you've called them and to say, I want. I'm calling these a blanket waiver. Might be a more technical term, but boy, ABCL. Shoot, I was looking at this one earlier, and I know there are people that even in trade ideas. I think with this one, and look at the reversals. A moment, please. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. You know what? This Hertz looks pretty interesting. Had the rest, a little pullback. It's got a ton of room. Um, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is way up there at 523. Why not? Let's see if this has a run in it now. Turn off the basic trade slash advanced trade button on the charts. Um, right here, this thing. Yeah, you just click it again. Okay, so I clicked on it, and here it is. I just clicked on it again. Just sort of a toggle on and off. You can't get rid of this if that's what if you're talking about getting rid of the actual button itself. I don't think you can. I mean, I don't think you can. And so is that really your question? You want to get rid of the actual button itself? I'm sorry, I've asked two questions at the same time, Johnny. So are you talking about getting rid of the button itself, or are you talking about getting rid of the pop-up once it appears? And I asked two questions. Oh, getting rid of the whole thing. Let me see if there's an option here. Epi probably knows. I don't know if there's an option to get rid of that. Uncheck enable trade only entry. Yeah, I'm just looking there. Well, I have that unchecked. And enable trade order entry. I have that unchecked. I think I just did that, and yet it's still. It did get took a while. Okay, that's what happened. It took a while. You have to find the dots, the three dots. Okay, so if you find the three dots, then one of the options is so we uncheck the enable trade order entry. Okay, it just took a while. Maybe I have to click on another symbol there. Okay, I think I'll keep it on though. I think you actually have to. You might even have to click on another symbol to get it going. But at any rate, at least you know how to do it. Yeah. Well, you see, I think what happens is you can kind of see the three dots, poking through. I can see it right there, poking through the reverse. But you're right. Barry with a Y, are you back? Haven't seen you for a while. If you're the same Barry with a Y. Boy, this was a really really good one, guys. I definitely missed the boat on it. Really good in that. I mean, look how ordered. Well, first of all, this is no, I wouldn't call this parabolic, but certainly if you got in this one, you love this action. But even love this action. You're not seeing giant red bars to knock you out of the trade. Okay. What's the market doing? So the market is still hanging. Well, this market, the SPY anyway, basically flat. Excuse me, flat. Dow's up just a little. The Qs are up a little. The SPY's up a little. So basically, kind of blah. SPY is just hanging around the VWAP. Well, this QMCO is just basing here nicely. I thought somebody was saying ATH for this one, which would mean all time high. Maybe I misread. That was somebody because it's not even close, of course, to an all time high. But I thought I saw ATH. I thought I saw ATH. Well, I mean, for a short play, it would have to take out the VWAP. I mean, more than likely for me anyway. So the VWAP for Q, I have it here at now again 1739 is if you're not including pre-market volume, and but if you are, then there's the VWAP. I mean this is a strong stock. I mean right now there's no indication that wants to give it up. I mean it's still hanging nicely, consolidating nicely. But a couple things for me would have to take out 18 and would have to probably. I mean, if you wanted, if you were to short it right now, you might get it through 18 and down to the VWAP. But where are you going to put a stop? I just don't think right now there's a really a like a solid reason for wanting to short it right now. But later on, if it takes out the VWAP, yeah, maybe. But definitely the poster child for the reentry, 1613. All right, guys. Well, still in this long of Hertz just to see if it can have a little bit more of a run. It's got the room, but it's just sort of stalling. If anything, I think this is looking more and more like a long. I mean, it's holding beautifully here. It's an earnings play, so I mean, the reaction to earnings is fantastic. It's a pretty low float, not crazy low, but it's at 29 million. It's certainly not high, but it's basing really nicely. The high up here was 1883. If it got even close to that, and this high right there is 1848. Takes out that again. That might get it running again. Snapchat's got a little bit of room. 577, not a lot. 20 cents. I'm just looking up at the TTD. Oh yeah, I remember this. This got hammered down on earnings. Well, guys, I mean, this certainly has room. I mean, TTD, it's above, it's right at yesterday's high, 1372. So it's right at yesterday's high. Would it show up on the reversal scan? I don't know. Other filter values have to be met. I don't know if it was down 5% yesterday. It has, that's one of the filters. Okay, guys, Scion, Sion. It's making a little bit of a move now. Still got, bad news yesterday. So it's just trying to have like a little bounce today. Took out the high yesterday, which would have been right around 529, I guess. Five. Okay. So other filters weren't met at the time. Yeah, that's the best I can say, Kishore, in our YouTube room about Hertz. It's trying to hold yesterday's high. That's what's giving me my glimmer of hope that it might work. But I'm in scalp mode today, guys. When I say that, I'm not. I mean, I'm not hanging around a lot. I'm not. I'm not what I call a scalper. But I'm going to take what I can get. Yeah, I mean, I thought about taking this one, and but I don't know. It's just problem I have with some of these ones, okay, that are reversals. When they have super super bad news, I mean, it's still baked in. Okay, yes, they may have little bounces. I much prefer taking the reversals on stocks where maybe the day was bad overall, and stocks were just getting beaten up because the overall day was bad, and then we're having a bounce in the market today, for instance. So some of these stocks that were bad yesterday doesn't mean they were bad for a specific reason. In other words, but this, I mean, this just got clobbered because of a very specific reason, if that makes sense. No, I'm not a swing trader, so on the Hertz, you're on your own. I mean, all you can do is take a look at where it could go. I mean, obviously on a monthly chart, it's got some room, but I can't. I feel uncomfortable making any thoughts. I mean, you can look at a chart just like I can, okay? And you see 522 is the next high on the weekly. So I mean, certainly on a weekly, it's got room. I suppose if it closed well, I mean, it's had a nice run from earnings. It's so that's about the best I can say. It hasn't had earnings. It's still sort of maintained over that day. So you're talking about these columns here. Okay, so obviously there's the symbol, there's the time, and there's the price. So that's the time of the alert, and that's the price. So that's the volume, 162,000 shares. Relative volume, 3.4, meaning it's trading at least at the time of the alert, 3.4 times normal up to the time of day. And that means it was up 5% today at the time of the alert. These numbers will not change, okay? Because this is the don't repeat version. Does that make sense? This is just telling me when the alert happened the first time. Yes, you can. Where is that? I don't generally do that, but you can put text headers instead. Okay. So, I'm so used to, of course, I know. So right click again, go to properties and uncheck. I'm so used to the icons, of course. And normally what I would do is I would shrink this down. Okay. But I'm just trying to fill up because if you don't, if see, I could do this and I can get it actually, looking in the Ks. I could shrink this down more also. I could shrink this down, but I've got the space here. So what I could do is add some more columns just to show you what other values are. But it's just because I'm trying to fill in this gap right over here. Yeah, so the plague, yeah, that would have been a very, very nice one, extremely nice one. For those of us with interactive brokers, though, I was told. Now, interesting, it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. Now, here's a, look, you know, news can matter. Okay, so the idea, I mean, look how many, look at the volume. So when you look at the news, and you might say, well, there's no reason this really should be up 255% because of the news. Doesn't really matter what we think. The news, though, was such that okay. The reason I like to look at news, I always like to see, okay, is there any way that that news could possibly sustain the stock? Now you just don't know 100%. Of course, some news you look at and go, oh, "That's crazy," and then the stock keeps moving higher and higher and higher. Some news you look at, well, that's awesome, and the stock tanks. So I mean, it's not all the time, but I don't mind looking at the news to see what is causing the excitement. But it's all moot in this case because those of us with interactive brokers, we could not we could not trade it. Well, you're saying Scion, well, they should have a lot of shorts, but let's see. Yeah, I mean the short float is almost 20%. So there's a lot of people. If they had shorts available, I did not. Boy, I'm looking at this now, guys. I'm looking at the Scion here, Sion. I mean, obviously, I mean it's got a ton of room. Boy, risky business, but I think I'm going to take some. Okay. The reason, again, risky business because, again, for the reason it was hammered down yesterday, it's still there. These are just people looking for a bit of a bounce play. I think if it can get over, if it can break out over 550, maybe it can go on a little bit of a run. I think it's got to hold this area right about here, right around the 35 mark. If it breaks down through that, I think it's going to be very iffy. No, the ACHR, what did it do? Remember the last time we looked at it, it was wow, it is ripping. Well, not ripping, but it's getting through the 200-day moving average, challenging these monthly highs now. Short flag here or stay away. Well, I mean, it's halted, isn't it? Yeah, it's halted. So 11:02. So it's going to be more than a 5 minute halt. If you have shorts available, look, at some point, you, you'd think it's going to maybe not collapse, but certainly move down. But right now it's halted. So I mean, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 240. It's right at the 200-day moving average. Come on. So I mean, but risky. I mean, 11 million in the float, and it's pretty popular today. 2,800 times normal in terms of trading volume. But it's going to be again, it's more than a 5 minute halt. Typically, they're the absolute majority of time they are 5 minute halts. But if it's not a five, then it's usually a multiple of five. So in this case, 10 at least. It could be 15. For those of you who might be in it, let's take a look at what the potential open is. Yeah, it seems to be take a while to fill. Here we go. So no big clue. You know what? I was just going to say, is this an Amex stock? Because that typically is what I see when it's an Amex stock. This takes a while to fill. Typically, the NASDAQ stocks, they're not like that. All right, guys, it's 11:11, so I will be taking a break in about 50 minutes. When I take my break, I'll be gone for about an hour from 12 to 1 Eastern Time. And Chris Farley, again, he did it yesterday. He'll do it again today. He'll take over for me in our YouTube room. Nope, I'm bounce myself out of the Scion, guys. I may take a look at it later if it gets over 550, but I don't have the. I had a little profit in that Scion, but I was looking for a lot more. Yeah, so it's going to be at least a 15-minute halt. Now, at least sometimes these things, these stocks go crazy, and there's no news at all. And that's sometimes when the SEC steps or somebody steps in and say, you know what, we need a little information. I'm not saying that, but in this case, I mean, at least there is news. So the company can point to, well, you know what? I mean, people are excited about this news. All right. William is in the HUBG. Okay. Take a look at HUBG 4040, but looking to add if it gets below 40. And this is no, it's not an earnings play. Freight transportation arrangement. Okay. For some reason, that's down. I'm just trying to see what the news is. Trading lower after the company announced it filed a late filing notification with the SEC for the quarter ended June 30th. Aha. That is bad. That's you knew that news, William? You probably knew that news, right? Okay. That's never a good headline to have to put out there. Oh, I see. So what's your cutoff or your start if something's down 1.5 min, and then you'll take a look at it, William, in terms of your average true range. When do you start to look at something? Something I really don't pay enough attention to, I guess. So you know we have a scan for that. I don't know if you're using our scan for that. You should be if you're not. I mean, it'd be really simple. Average true range. I can't remember if it's over the last 10 days or the last 14 days that we use, but it takes a look at, say, the last 10 days. I'm going to say 10 days. It might be 14 days, though. It takes the high and the low of the last. And so they're obviously a high and the high and the low, they'll be you subtract, you'll get a number, and then you average that number over the last 10 days or 14 days, whatever that number is. So for instance, I think I have the ATR here. If I don't know why. I thought I had the ATR here. Oh, well, let's use Hub B as an example. So the high was 45.59, and the low right now is 40. So right now the range today is 45. My guess is that's way over. Okay, that's about a $5 range. So imagine if yesterday was three, the other day it was one, maybe the day before that was two. So you average all of those, and you get, okay, on average over the last 10 or 14 days, it is its range has been X. It's 14. Okay, I thought it was 14. Of course, I could have always gone to our help and just looked. Not the average price, the average range over the last 14 days. So if the range was $5 every single day, then that would be the average range. Okay. Okay. It's the average range. The high, what was the high today? 45.66. What's the low today so far? Is 39.92. So you subtract that, that's the day's range. So then you're going to go back 14 days to see what did it do on average. And you can see that more than likely HUBG, there's no way on average. Well, you can see, look at the range yesterday. The high was 48, 47. You know, so you start to subtract. So obviously today it is way above its average true range. Ugh, boy, I traded what you're saying for. I mean, it's too bad. I mean, I more than likely would have taken this one, but then say Monica mentioned that we can't trade it, so don't know what you mean by that, William. The true range compares it to the greater of the previous day's close or the high of today. I think I had. Let me just bring one up. I'm pretty sure I had created something just to out of curiosity. Let's see if I do have. No, I guess I didn't. But for instance, this is what you could do. Okay, this is do it. What time is it? 11:20. So I'm going to create a new alert window or top list window, actually. Okay, start from scratch. Get rid of everything. So let's just. Well, I didn't. Okay, I didn't say yes. So let's give. Okay, I'll keep these. Average true range dollar. Okay. Say I want a minimum. Say I want a minimum of $1. Okay, I don't want something that the average. It's like its range today is 10 cents, and normally it's only 1 cent, so it would look like it's 10 times normal. I don't care. So I'm going to put a minimum of $1. Okay, and then change from the open. That's the key one. I'm going to put 200%. So that would mean that a stock that has had an average true range of $1 over the last 14 days, today it will have to be at least $2. The range has to be at least $2. Okay. And then columns, make sure I've got the average true range so I can sort on it. Two columns here. Give it a name. Okay, and let's see what we see. So with those filters in place, so ALMR, okay, ALMR, and you can see why. I mean, when a company has earnings, typically, that is when a stock can all of a sudden have some kind of an insane day, either up or down. Okay. So this is 330. This is a percent. So it's 3.3 times what the normal range has been over the last 14 days. And here's the QMCO, 3 times. Call it 3 times, okay? Remember, this is a percent. So you can zero in, if that's what you want, to just find stocks that are traded at least double its average true range today. But a bad little top list, actually. Yeah, I'll share it, and obviously you can make the adjustments. Okay, I mean, I've got here. Here's my price: 1 in 50. Minimum volume has to be at least 2. The average range has to be at least 1. So on average, over the last 14 days, at least it's at least $1. You don't have to have that one that up at least 2%. In fact, let me just, out of curiosity, I'll get rid of that. Just want to see what we get more. Obviously, you still get the same. But I'll give it to you, sure. So these are the only 4 stocks that meet those requirements. At least double the average true range with a minimum of $1 that was, it had to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close, but you can see they all are anyway, even by taking that out. There's the C percentage, that's a change from yesterday's close. So taking that out or leaving it in this case won't matter. I mean, this is an interesting one. I mean, look at the ALMR. I mean, this is an all-time high also. It's an earnings play today. Now you could turn this into into an alert window, but you need a trigger. You need a trigger. With all these filters satisfied, then what's going to be your trigger? A new high of the day, could be a new low of the day. Okay, doesn't mean these stocks are well, especially if you take out the up 2%. They could be stocks moving down. Or you could just leave it like a top list, and then you can see. I wonder why we're not getting more or some on the way down though too. We should. Give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Okay, for those of you who don't mind the really super cheap ones, here's CIGL, guys. CIGL underneath $1 over the VWAP. Let's take a look left. Wow, $1.23 is the next high looking left. This has a lot of room to run if it wants to. Okay, it's already up 41%. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Let's see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any specific news on it, not today anyway. So, but this is, I mean, that's, huge move. Yeah, that is too bad. Normally I don't get too upset about this regarding not being able to trade these things at IB, but and I'm not upset, but I mean it's too bad, because this, based on the news, looking the way it was holding the VWAP down here, the little pop would have been certainly something to have tried with a stop just around the $1 level, and you take it here, and then, well, in this case, would have been rewarded mightily. Well, we haven't. Again, this has been another. I know I say this a lot, but some of these stocks, they have tremendous months or weeks, and then they sort of disappear. SIDU coming back again. This is, of course, one of those space stocks that was, excuse me, when they were ripping ahead of the SpaceX IPO. So there's SIDU right now. SIDU putting a little bit of a pop in. Very glad I got out of the Scion. MSGY. This just got halted again. Oh, we saw this one earlier. Got halted. That is the third halt today. Well, looking at a monthly chart, the next high is 704 on a monthly chart. The weekly chart is 641. So there's room. I mean, there is room for it to run if it wants to keep running. This is not up 1,700%. Okay, this is a mistake. The our chart for whatever this is correct, the 134%. But our chart has got not taking into account the reverse split. Well, we have PLAG halted for that's the ninth time. Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot change the color. I like the black background, But yeah, I mean, the color of the symbol is blue. I have no. It's possible that I could ask somebody, one of the developers, to give me the option, but I don't want to bug them. For me personally, it's it stands out. On my screen, looking at the screen. Yeah, I mean the QMCO is starting to perhaps weaken just a little bit, but there's the VWAP. I think that is a key area for to try to hold. I'm going to put a price alert on that area and see maybe it ticks it out. Now, actually, yeah, I should have looked here. This is the number. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:38. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Chris Farley will take over for me in our YouTube room. Yeah, kind of a real blah day for me, guys. Just three short little losses. Not really. Look at the sends here. Sends, SENS. A little bit of room over eight, perhaps, but we're in chase mode though right now. Boy, NIQ has been probably the best one from the AI, only because I mean the H. Well, I actually it might be a tie. QMCO. Let me see again. Yeah, QMCO and NIQ. There is what I like to see is not giant red bars knocking you out of trades. I mean, there's no question that if you had taken this trade back here, you've got to take some profit out in this area because you just don't know what's going to happen right now. NIQ has, I mean, it's hardly had any pullback. It's just been, up, 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 um, a little bit of consolidation, a minor pullback there into the VWAP area, and now continuation, and still has a ton of room. Great earnings play today for this company. 35%. Yeah, market's getting a little weaker now. SPY is last time I looked, they were both almost all these the SPY, the Dow, and the Qs were just about even. Yeah, but there's nothing I can do about Plag. I can't trade it. I can't trade it. I can't short it. Can't trade it. It's one of those ones that interactive brokers they just won't let you trade. So even though did anybody try to short it? Even though they say 800,000 shares available, but If they won't let you buy it, I'm sure they're not going to let you short it. Oh, I thought somebody said Monica or somebody, I thought somebody said they couldn't trade PLAG, PLAG at Interactive Brokers. Just got halted again for the 10th time. I could have sworn somebody said we cannot trade it. Maybe it was another stock. Yeah, it was Burks. Well, you must have a special account then, Ahmed at the at Interactive Brokers that lets you trade it. Because I thought Monica said the same thing. Well, I'm in Canada also, so well, I didn't even try though. I mean, it is interesting that there's 800,000 shares available to short. Maybe I'll try later, maybe. You guys give me a moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I almost feel like just trying to trying to short this. Let's see if they'll let me short it. No, I cannot. I don't know. You might have got lucky. Maybe they changed their mind. I just tried to buy it, and they wouldn't let me buy it. Ahmed, they would not let me buy it, and I think it just got halted again. Yeah, I was gonna. I tried to buy it. So maybe when you did it, but I just tried to buy it, and they wouldn't let me. But I'm in Canada, so all right, guys. 11:48. Another 10 minutes or so, then I'll be on my break. Okay, guys. I'm just looking at how's this MSGY. MSGY is okay. This could be interesting later. I mean, it is not it has not collapsed completely. Well, it's interesting. I don't know what to say, Ahmed. Ahmed. Maybe when you added, maybe when you bought it 179 and 232, maybe at that point they were still allowing it. But I honestly, I just tried to buy it before the halt, and they wouldn't let me. Yeah, right. Um, so what was I looking at here? So the MG, boy, the importance of having stops, guys. I could have got a little bit stubborn about the SION and thought, you know what, it's going to do it. You know, I took it up in this area here. Now, I mean, it could pop back, and maybe it's going to hold the VWAP. That I maybe I should. In fact, that's what I'll do. Put a price alert right at the VWAP. See if it comes into the VWAP and that acts as support, and maybe it has a bounce. So this one, guys. I mean, seriously, the next high. Next high is 704. 704. Asking for a numeric list for a symbol list. Okay, so I'm wondering. I'm assuming here's a you're building a top list. Okay, so if you right click and go to time frame, so right click in your top list window and go to time frame, and this little box will pop up and set record count. I'm assuming that's what they mean. Here's where you can set your record count numeric list. I'm assuming that's what they mean. And I wouldn't really have it. I mean, I have it 150. I wouldn't have it any more than 150. In other words, if there were literally 150 stocks that met the filter requirements, it would fill up. Okay, does that make sense? I think that's what they meant. So right click in your top list window, go to configure, click on configure. I'm sorry, don't listen to me. Right click on your top list window where it says time frame, hover over it, a box will pop up, set record count, and here's the number. I'm assuming. Oh man, now I have no idea what that means. I'm sorry. I have no idea. A numeric list ID. That I'm sorry, I don't know. It's possible Chris will know. He'll take over for me in our YouTube room in about 5 minutes. I'm not. I'm just not familiar with that. Okay, there's the Scion guys, SION, into the VWAP. Pepe, any idea? I have no idea. I don't know what a list. I've never even seen that list ID. I mean, all top list window. I mean, we all have there has a URL, of course, but I mean, I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Zero is your owner ID for your own list. Never even heard of that. Yeah, I'll be taking a break in about 3 or 4 minutes. Chris will be in our YouTube room. It's possible he'll know. I don't know though if he'll know, but it's possible. I'm just not. I'm sorry. I don't have any idea what that means. So he'll be there. That's our link to get into YouTube. Okay, it's possible he'll know. If Pepe is around, maybe he's looking at it. I don't know. Good question though, but you have stumped me. All right, back around 1 p. I'm still here until Chris shows up, but I'm just want to get my message in. Okay. Yeah, no kidding on the flag. Wow, if I'd been able to get it, I would have got it right about here at 270. right here. That's where I was trying to buy it, but no, didn't allow me. Yeah, it's a mistake. Okay, it's just a mistake. For whatever reason, our chart is not the chart is not taking into account that there is a reverse split, whereas the single stock window is. So it's just a mistake. When Chris gets into the YouTube room, I'll let him know. Interested in it though, regardless of what that number. Well, I know that's the number, 105%. What was? Anybody know what the ratio was? I wonder if I can find it here. Reverse split. Show me the ratio. Just. Yeah, it was effective today. Did anyone trade Plag today? Yes. From Willie in our YouTube room. I unfortunately could not because Interactive Brokers prevented anybody with, well, at least for the most of us with Interactive Brokers could not trade it. Somebody seems to have been able to trade it, but so unfortunately, I have not been able to trade it. Now, why was news? I'm going to say, why was ACB? He said Interactive Brokers works. That's what I'm confused about. ACB guys halted for news. This is a cannabis play. Two really good ones from our AI today, guys. The NIQ and the QMCO. I mean, look at the NIQ. I mean, it had that little bit of a dip, and that's it. All right, I heard a little pop. That means that Chris has entered our YouTube room, guys. So I put the YouTube link in. You've got the YouTube link in if you want to head over and listen to Chris, and I suggest you do. And I will now mute myself in the main room and see you guys in about 1 hour. Welcome aboard, Mr. Christopher Varley again.
Good afternoon, sir. Although it's morning for you still.
9 o'clock my time.
Yes.
Yeah, just waking up. Hey, Chris, before we do anything, do MSGY, okay? Get a chart up, MSGY.
Done.
Okay, you notice it says it's up 1,500%?
No.
Can you see that?
Oh, the chart. Yeah, interesting. The chart says 1,500%. Single stock window says 103.94.
Yes. So what's happened is they did a reverse split today, but for whatever reason, our chart has not. I don't know. It's hard for me to understand how like we're getting a different data feed for the chart versus for the single stock window or anything else?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, that's
I won't go into all the details of it right now, but yes.
okay. Yes. Okay. That's okay. Yeah, I did not
I will
realize that.
when I wrap up here at the top of the next hour there, or the bottom of the next hour, or however that works. I will bring it to the attention of those in charge of things.
Okay. Okay. That's all.
Alrighty, you
And
enjoy your
maybe,
break, Barry.
yeah, I will. Okay. We'll see you in a bit.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
So, alrighty, Barry making his way to a break. Sorry, I just want to write this as a note about that stock in the chart. Alrighty, here we go. Perfect. All right. So happy Tuesday to you all. You get me 2 days in a row. As always, open live forum here. I don't have pre-done content. Rely on you folks to drive the content of this live stream with your questions. What's most important to you? What you're trying to do with software. Of course, as always, if I get silent treatment, which does happen quite a bit these days, do my best to keep this engaging and informative relative to market and the software most predominantly. So with that said, floor is open. Don't be shy. Come one, come all with the questions. I have a lot of echo here. Does anybody else have a lot of echo? I haven't done anything or changed my settings or mic or anything else. So, all right. Thanks, Pepe. Yeah. So, Paul, if you can refresh the page, please. I was doing a bit of typing. I was trying to wrap up a reply email to a new user, encouraging them to come and join us here in the live session, on top of some other educational links that I'd shared with them. So I do hope that they will come. And again, like I said, open forum here, folks. So don't be shy. Don't be shy. Get the questions in for me. As I always say, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. No, there's no way to run it with only Holly long strategies, ignoring the short strategies. It's something I hope that they're going to implement, or that they're going to implement. You could go long and short, and it'll know what to do based on what Holly is alerted. But at this time, it's all long or all short at this time. I don't have any other inside information I could share with you, unfortunately, at this point regarding that. I do believe Dan will be doing tomorrow's session, and he is really the one to get at for any money machine features, requests, things of that nature. But thank you for the question, and keep them coming, everybody. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Please, please, please. with the ticker linking, as money manager seems to be struggling at times. I'm not, if you could provide some more context on that. I'm not sure what you mean by ticker linking and money manager. Uh, Paul, if that's the take you want to have, sure. Oddly enough, I had someone yesterday that I was working with that was using Holly in the money machine, and they were quite happy with it. So, you know, different strokes for different folks, and everybody's got their view on things, and that's what makes a market. And again, don't be shy, folks. Keep the questions coming. When you click the money machine, it won't always. Let me bring over Brokerage Plus and let's see here. TI paper trading. Let me load up a money machine strategy. It's been a long time. Um, hmm. Let's not use the race. So stop 3-5. Minimum value today. Ay, ay, ay. Let's see what goes on here. Okay, so now you're saying, Paul, when you click on, for example, a stock here in the tree map, after the money machine's loaded, it just keeps cycling. Do you happen to have external linking with Thinkorswim on? Okay, just because there is the sometimes people think or swim external linking have a runaway effect in scans in general. Do you have idea surfing enabled up on the menu bar? Is this have a pause next to it? It says currently idea surfing. It's paused. Interesting. Is there any way you could get a screen recording of that showing you click on one symbol and it cycles your charts through other symbols? You could get a screen recording of that. That would be fairly helpful. Yeah, you can't upload anything here to this. You can blame the world of bots for that, unfortunately. But if you can get a video and you can email it to me, info@trade-ideas.com. And with the video, if you could have audio, describing what's happening. A lot of times people send us videos, they just click around in the video and they don't give us any audio, which really lacks some context to help us troubleshoot. So if you could do a video with some audio explaining in detail what you've got going on, that would be really, really helpful and appreciative. Thank you. All right, perfect. Thank you, Paul. That'd be super awesome if you could do that. And keep the questions coming, folks. Keep the questions coming. If it's something I can't specifically assist here, like I just did with Paul, I'll have you, shoot an email into there and work on it on the back end when I'm wrapped up here from the session. Holly's been working okay. I'm only 2 days in, so lots to work out. All right, yeah, it's the software's definitely got a learning curve to it and a growth arc, and any new user, their first day, things are going to look different. Their second day, second week, second month, second year. That's the arc that it will take for you. My first couple of years, I must have went through 20 different layouts that I created. That's a lie. Probably 100 different layouts that I created in my first couple of years. What are my thoughts on PLAG? Give me a time frame to look at. I'm going to assume today. My thoughts are it's a chase. It's highly volatile, extremely risky, not something I would trade. Those are my thoughts on it. I mean, I'm a swing trader, so down 72% over the last 5 years isn't exactly what I'd be looking for when I'm looking for a stock swing trading wise. And my day trading days are long over, but the stock is up 520.5% essentially today. So, how much left does it have in the tank? I don't know. It's rejected off of 4 at this point. So, my biggest thing that I can say is if you're interested in it, have a plan that has a logical reason behind why you're either buying it or shorting it, and then stick to that plan and do not deviate from it. If you have no plan and no logic or reason behind a plan, then I would stay right away from that stock, because that is the kind of stock that ruins lives. Look at it on a shorter time frame and put some actual technical analysis to it after that spiel. Duplicate. Let's put on a 5-minute chart. So yeah, this is very tough. It looks like it's been halted a number of times here. So it makes it even tougher. It's probably going to keep getting volatility halted at this point. Looks like it. I can't even tell if it halted down or up at this point. I guess it must have halted back up. That was probably a halt down. Hard to say. Um, you know, defended $3 here. First $3 was a challenge to get through. Defended it. Looks like it's defended it here. So if I was gun to my head and trying to figure out, do I want to be involved in this stock? I want to see it continue to defend this $3 to then again take a shot, taking out four essentially. I also want to see the volume. I don't want to see the volume continue to decline more than what it has at this point. If I was being forced into something with this, because declining volume and a rising price, it just means that those buyers have less conviction. All right, perfect, Paul. Thank you. Let me see if I can't sneak a peek in of this video. And keep the questions coming, folks. Keep the questions coming. So, Paul, that video is just a video of this here, what we're doing in here in the room. It's not showing your screen or anything you have going on. It's not. Oh, I shouldn't say it. It's showing your screen, but it's showing you watching this YouTube stream right now on your screen. It's not showing your layout or your issue. No, all good, all good. How do you set up a stop loss for manual trades? Yeah, you can. You could right click any position and add stop order, and you could put the stop in like that. Yeah, no rush, Paul. Don't feel any pressure or rush to get it in. You get it in when you get it in. I will get to it. I won't leave it sitting, overnight or anything like that without getting a response or two back to you with some thoughts or solutions. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Keep those questions coming. Keep those questions coming. Yeah, all good. Um, if you trade from the charts, you could also where you could can you set a stop from the charts? I can't remember now. No, not like that. Sorry, just the submit here. My bad. You can also set a target that way. And then you can modify your target if you want afterwards. With the stop, you can drag it on the chart. So if you set a stop and for whatever reason you no longer want to use that number as a stop, you want to bump it up, you want to move it down, you can do that right on the chart and drag it around for you. right, let's see. Just waiting to see it land under the box there, Paul. I can. They don't always give answers because they don't like things getting out to users and then having users constantly coming with questions while they're doing it or timelines or anything like that. So, um, your best bet, like I said before, is Dan, the CEO of the company, will be hosting this tomorrow, and he's the one you want to get at. You want to get in his ear for that stuff. However, what I will do is also I meet with the development team right as soon as I'm done with this here, and I will make mention of it as well and kind of prep them for it. And I'm still keeping an eye, Paul, because it looks like you said you sent the second email. I just don't see it coming through yet. Yeah, Holly's got its goods and bad days. It looks like it's been a good week for Holly so far, to be honest. I mean, this NIQ is a pretty darn good alert. QMCO looks like it's pretty solid. On the short side, BCAX looks all right there. Same with SCKT. So it looks like it's put out a few decent alerts today, Holly. I believe there's a nice alert or two yesterday. I can't remember. Let's see. Yesterday. So FSLY. That was a good alert yesterday. ACBL looks like it ended up doing itself okay. Nothing. Well, yeah, no, it's all right. Yeah, under $10, 40, 50 cents plus is always all right. There's more alerts than I remember yesterday. The short side that was not so hot yesterday, but continued today. SM yesterday. SM was a nice alert yesterday. REPL. That ended up having a nice little move in it. Not too shabby. So yeah, yesterday was decent too. Yeah, and just know, listen, Holly's gonna have the goods and the bads. I'm very forward when it comes to Holly. Um, the one thing I don't, always like to caution is I get both sides emails. I'll get one email, and they'll come from the same person often. Um, Not same person, but you know, the person that emails this in will email the next one, and where the first they'll tell me, oh, Holly's been, good for me so far in these first days. And Holly has a couple of bad days, and next thing the hate mail comes in from that same person how bad Holly is, and it's biggest thing is you still got to be a trader. It's an alert at the end of the day. So again, don't be shy, folks. Keep the questions coming. All right, Paul, I just gave your video a look. You definitely got something strange going on there. I'm not exactly sure what to make of that. Just a quick view on it. Um, Give me a little time to rewatch it after the stream and see what I can't come up with. But yeah, there's definitely something odd because your chart's doing this like weird flickering too. And are you running any third party programs? Anything else that you could have going on that's causing weird refreshes in the background? Uh, I'm just going to go dog for short. I don't know what you're really trying to ask there, but this is an open forum for Trade Idea software. So, um, two things that I'm very curt about and stern about is one, anybody that comes to us or me specifically and says, "Oh, well, I'm not good with tech," and so on and so forth, well, then I'm just going to probably tell you the market probably isn't for you. Let's be honest here. Um, be a winner or don't be a winner, but that's that. So that's one spot that I take a hard stance on. The second one is squeaky wheel gets the grease. So ask your questions here. Don't be shy. Everybody was a first day user at one point, myself included. And so those that, they don't want to ask questions or they're going to be shy about it, you're going to find yourself struggling to, get that leg up on the software that you want. So, ask the questions. Don't be shy, or maybe work on that here. We police this here, so if anybody ever attacks anybody in here, I'm very quick with the ban. I don't like it'll be a kind of a warning, and the next even inkling of someone trolling anybody, they're just gone. I don't ask questions. I don't whatever, and I don't care personally. Um, we're here to we're here to educate people and build a strong community around the software. And I don't have the time or patience to let people hinder that from anybody else. So, dog, just ask your questions, and we're going to get you answered, and we're going to get you pointed in the right direction. Absolutely, Pepe. You control yourself without a question. Only problem is there's anybody that can't really be trolled as far as this software and the market goes. You're definitely one of them. For anybody that doesn't know, Pepe is a longtime user of the software and knows the software in and out as good as literally anybody else on this planet. But his tech knowledge isn't limited to just our software. He's just an absolute wealth of knowledge as far as anything in the tech world goes. So yeah, all right, nothing. Machine spec this under strong. Rebooted, updated, restarted, but still the same issue. Interesting. All right, I'll I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll get it sorted one way or the other here, Paul. I'm sure of that. Sometimes it takes a little longer than I'd like or the user likes, but we're gonna figure something out for you. What you thinking on Coca Cola, pal? What am I thinking on it? I'm not, but what's Coca Cola? Can't even remember. KO, right? KO's Coca Cola. Is that it? Yeah. Man, I got a lot of tickers up in this brain. I'm thinking I cannot believe the price Coca Cola is at right now. I can't remember the last time I saw it up here. Holy crap. Last time I paid attention to Coke was either in the 50s or the 60s. Um, yeah, I don't, what can I say about Coke here? I mean, it's quite a move over the last few months. Looks like the real positive reaction to earnings came back, tried to fill, defended that 85 level where it was having trouble getting through. It's kind of consolidating down here. It's a good looking chart overall, to be honest. Um, that topping shadow is a little bit of concern in coordination with that gap up and giveaway, gap and fade right there, gap and crap. But overall, decent chart. Not a bad risk reward scenario here. Just for example, gun to my head, you could look at a possible $85 stop, because if you're wrong at 85, then you're wrong to here, you're wrong to here. You got some quick steps afterwards, and play that off of that kind of 90 resistance. And so you're risking $1 to make make about 3 at this point. So it's not a bad setup. I'm not taking it. For full disclosure purposes, I used to own a lot of Coke and reinvested the dividend for years. And then I got tired of no price appreciation on the stock and got out of it. But we're going back. We're hitting the Wayback Machine for that. So, yeah, so that's my 2 cents on Coca Cola there. Paul, all right, good deal. I will, like I said, I'll mull this over a little bit. I looked at the video twice, and nothing's jumping at me right now that would cause that. Obviously, something is. Let's see if I can figure that out. And Pepe, stop. Not too much credit. You know better. I've been around long enough. Been around long enough to see you troubleshoot stuff on literally everything. So, all right, good stuff. Good session so far. Appreciate everybody here. Keep the questions coming. Keep the stuff coming, folks. Please. Thoroughly enjoying this. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Pepe. I'll be honest. This was one of those times where I took a vacation, and at the end of it, I was ready to be back home and kind of back in the saddle here. I do very much enjoy what I do here with the company. I very much enjoy what I do here with the company. I work for some pretty good people, and I work with some pretty good people too. I should actually change it to I work for some pretty great people and work with some pretty great people here. Folks like yourself as well, make a world of difference. So, all right. Well, thank you. I do strive for that. I do get the hate mail every now and again, but these things happen. What are you going to do? But all right, so no questions coming in. Why don't we let's go through some charts of my top 10 on my relative strength from the open scan. We'll do this scan here on the bottom right for now. And anybody with questions or anything, feel free to interrupt me. I'm just going to do this for fill in some airtime and keeping it engaging and informative to the software and the market and so on and so forth. So don't feel like you can't interrupt me. I'm just going to go through some of these charts here on this top 10 list. I'm going to start with the one currently winning, and it was our last winner, and it has our most wins, QMCO. So Quantum Corporation's having itself a pretty nice day here right now. Up a little more than 55 and a third percent. That's good for 653 on the dollar side. So earnings yesterday. So clearly a positive reaction to earnings. Way off any kind of lifetime high though, interestingly enough. Very down over the last 5 years. Not looking real good in that degree. It looks like it had itself a day, then gave a lot of that up. Back here, I don't know, end of May, beginning of June. I mean, we could really take a look here, I guess. Yeah, beginning of June. So there it goes, June 4th, it looks like. So it's run itself up into some resistance there, without any question. But it's basing here at that 18, just above 18. I know it's taken a lot out of the tank already, but yeah, I never know. Getting the Wayback Machine here. I'll close that picture-in-picture for a second. And so, it's got, if it could clear this area, thinking more long term, and some room up to that 25-ish, give or take. Let's see, what's the high there? 2440. So that's back on March 17th, 2025. There's a high of 2440. So if it could base up here, I mean, this is kind of thing as a trader you want to see it, or as a swing trader anyways, I'd love to see it kind of base maybe a few days. I'm going to pull back towards the 17 range, dipped and then bounced, and was able to push on through. Give it a couple days, a week. Interesting. Let's see. Next on the hit list, MSGY. I think that was the one that Barry mentioned before. Oh, all good, Bernardo. You heard my rundown on it. Hopefully, you heard my rundown on it. Didn't miss that. I think this is the one that Barry had me look at before. Maybe it wasn't. Yeah, it's got to be, right? Because this has got the mismatched numbers here. So looks like it's kind of giving itself up there. It's trying to defend that $4. See if it can or can't do that. But I'll tell you this: there are stocks with personalities. This stock has a personality. Huge topping shadow, 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 topping shadow. So this stock loves to run up and give it up afterwards, and it looks like it is right now in the process of doing that. So no way to know exactly what it'll end up with on the day, but if history is any guide, while history doesn't necessarily repeat, it often rhymes. As one of those sayings goes. That's where that is at. Let's see, GANX. Quite a run it's been on today, percent-wise anyways. Around $1.80 up to $2.12, give or take, $2.14. Looks like it's kind of giving it up at this point. You can really see the volume come in with the buyers. You can see the volume kind of flush out now with the sellers. So I don't think there's a whole lot there. Some kind of research and development pharmaceuticals, so on and so forth. PLAG. So someone had brought this up before. Looks like it's halted again. So it's a tough one here. Like I said, gun to my head. You want to see it really defend that 3, and you want to see some volume come back into it, back towards these levels at the very least. Try to push up to $4 again there. SION. Is this real? Yeah, that's real. Wow. Shares plummet following clinical trial results. This right here, my friends, is a cautionary tale. Pharmaceutical preparation, manufacturing, therapeutics. If you're ever in one of these and you get the FDA says it's great, or new pipeline or drugs or whatever it is, it's wonderful. Upside could be quite enriching. If you are on the wrong side of one of these, just know that the wrong side is much more punishing than the right side is rewarding for these therapeutic stocks. I feel these are the kind of stocks that if you're swing trading, you are really invested in the company. You are not really trading it at that point. These therapeutic stocks, they make for very nice day trading vehicles. And certainly, like I said, if you're doing your due diligence and research and, really more in the, we call it the fundamental side of these versus the technical side of these kinds of stocks, they can be rewarding. But man, when they punish you, the kind of thing that can just, absolutely wreck a person. I'm going to skip right over this one outside of what I just went over there. So BWEN, Broadwind, turbine generator set units manufacturing. So it's had a real early 15 minutes that flew up, gave basically all up after that. Had earnings in the pre-market here. So clearly it was an initial positive reaction to the earnings. It's come back down to earth since then. Where it stands at this point going forward, we can see the stock overall has trended up over the last several months. So there is that. And one real big day there. Gave it up, moved up, ended up giving it back up, down, tested that low, since bounced off it, but it's really, full of these topping shadows, struggling at that $5 level, really struggling at that $5 level, and for a long time, months and months and months. EXYN. And again, if anybody has questions or we want to go a different direction on this, don't be shy. I'm more than happy to pivot to whatever your questions are. I said I'm just doing this to fill the airtime and keep it engaging based on the software and the market itself. So please don't feel you can't interrupt me. Exian Technologies information and grinding itself up here. I read all things considered, it was under $3, so still up 39 cents. See if it can't defend that 250 level, I guess, but it's not having itself a grandioso time here over the last several weeks. Very new stock, so it's only around 3 months old. What do they do? Who are they? Let's take a look in the profile, see if it's got anything good in there for us. Robotics, artificial intelligence company developing autonomous mapping and navigation system for complex GPS denied environments. proprietary technology enables on-ground robotic systems to navigate, map, and collect real-time 3D data in environments where GPS communications or prior maps may be unavailable or unreliable. The company was founded by Gator Vijay Kumar on May 12, 2014. It's headquartered in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Interesting. I don't know how much demand there is for this kind of service, but there it is as a publicly traded stock, nevertheless. And in a million years, I'd have never guessed a company would exist like that. That's not true. That's a ridiculous statement by me. Disregard that statement. Strike it from the record. Hertz. Car rentals. Not a great looking stock. It hasn't been a great looking stock for, the better part of this decade, to say the least. We have a bankruptcy and a restructuring, something like that. I don't remember the exact details on it. I just remember it was pretty beat up at one point. And doesn't look good right now either. Although it says it's up 44% over the last 5 years. I don't know about that. Looks like it had itself a decent run this morning for God knows whatever reason. We found itself in a box here at this point. Had earnings a couple of days ago. Overall positive reaction to earnings. So maybe people are renting cars again. I don't know. ARTW. Artsway Manufacturing. Farm machinery and equipment manufacturing. So not a great last 5 years for it. Trying to have itself a week here. Yesterday really shot through the roof. Today gapped down and has filled that gap since. Just, have a feeling this here going on as a hangover from what went on here yesterday. As you can see, the volume is pretty anemic at this point. And this is also a stock that hardly trades at all, I'm comfortable saying. Because look, we got this yesterday. We're at we're just under 1 million shares now. We got a 56 relative volume at 900,000 shares. That's a stock that's pretty anemic, I would venture a guess. And this 5-minute chart confirms that. So, interestingly enough. All that said, last but not least, ACHR, Archer Aviation Aircraft Manufacturing. Also not awesome over the last 4+ years. Been sliding for several months again. Clearly a positive reaction to yesterday's post-market earnings report. Looks like it's found itself right up into that resistance that's been there for a hot minute. See that play out on the weekly chart as well. Came through that. Now it's finding itself into that resistance up there like that. I will say this is not a thinly traded stock. 59.3 million shares traded with 3.38 relative volume. So this thing just kicks volume out, liquidity out in general anyways. And that is no small float on that. That just caught me by surprise. 673.95 million in that float. And that is a hefty short float for such a high float stock. You don't see that a lot with higher float stocks, those kinds of short floats, although the shorts look like they have been moving out over the last few weeks. I could just be covering, people that might have been short through here and rode it out and then covered down here, profit take. And perhaps on this move up, they want to reload and reshort it. Perhaps not. Maybe they've moved on. Maybe some have, some haven't. just whenever I talk about short float or I think about short float, I think there are people that believe the stock price is too high. They have a reason for it. Do I have a reason to believe that it's too low? Only time will tell who's right or wrong. I have no opinion on this stock though. It's just there. Just there to discuss. So, all right, that's that. Filled some airtime there. Let's fill some airtime with the sectors here. We can go. We can go. What's best over the last 5 days and what's worst over the last 5 days. Yeah, good to hear, Daryl. I saw the email. I got your response back to that. Chris McKay filled me in today on some of it because he had the tickets assigned to him, some of them, and didn't. I didn't notice that they were assigned to him, so he caught me up today on all that, and I am sorry that it took so long. That was a tough one. And he said without your videos and some of the stuff you gave him over the last couple of days, he wouldn't have been able to get that solved. So it would have taken longer, that's for sure. Anyways, so thank you for your patience as well. I can't thank you enough. Not able to understand the position of open percent in column in trade idea. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, but what I'm going to do here is I'm going to duplicate this scan, and I'm going to look for that, and I'm going to add that to the scan. Configure, search, position of open. I'm guessing percent. Yep, that's what you put. I'm going to show that column number one. I'm also going to, if you highlight this here and you press help, you're going to get a handy web page here that discusses what this is, and even points right to that column and goes over a few things. And I am going to press OK and press OK. And added that column. We'll expand this out so we can see that. Position of open. See if I can't figure it out without the hub page. I don't need the help page. Compares the open for the day to the previous trading day's range. Imagine a ruler that measures from the lowest to the highest price of stock from yesterday. This is an open filter, checks where the first price or opening price of today's stock falls on that ruler. It's at the bottom, yesterday's lowest price, it's 0. It's at the top, yesterday's highest price, it's at 100. So there you go. That's what that is doing there. Let me share this page out with you as well. You can access it yourself, of course, along with any other data points help page. Let me go over that one more time. So we right click, come to the configure, and the search, we click on any data point and we press help. We get a help page just like this one here and the other one that I've got up already. So let's see here. So MJ, there's that, and here's the open. And so that makes sense. It's even up above the high from yesterday. So hopefully that helps you. Oh, good call, Pepe. Good call. Yeah, you can always use this here. Folks, don't forget this. AI Assistant, you got to be on our latest production version of the software. When you're on that latest production version of the software, you can load that up right there, and you can you talk to it. It even knows your name. So you can either type your stuff out or you could voice dictate it as well. You are very welcome. Hopefully that helped. Hopefully that helped. See, that's why Pepe is here. among other reasons. But I completely dropped the ball on that one. So, all right, good stuff, good stuff. Now I was going to talk about up the most the last 5 days. So, junior silver miners, junior gold miners seem to still be hanging tight with that lead, followed by silver and gold miners, not the juniors, and metals and mining. So that's interestingly enough. Uranium here still having itself a nice run here. So after quite a while of selling off, uranium is on the bounce. We'll see how sustained that is or isn't. And cloud computing, while it's a thinly traded ETF, right? Yeah, 169,000 in that. Not exactly anything to write home about. It's having itself a good couple of months here, and that cloud space and AI and all those things like that, they're intertwined without any question. So definitely worth noting. What's our worst performing sectors in the last 5 days? Let's flip the script here. So, okay, VXX doesn't count. I don't care about that. The JETS, Jets. So, that topping shadow here from last week. See a bit of a fall from grace. I believe Barry is rattling around there. Thought I heard some papers rustle or something. REITs having a bit of a fall here. Rejected off that 29 level. Not terribly far from a lifetime high on the REITs there. The Utes. For you, my cousin Vinny fans, what is a Ute? Utilities. We're a couple of week losing streak here. Trying to make it a few weeks now.
Chris?
Yo.
It's a good thing I looked at my watch because I would have been talking for another half an hour to this person, and I said, "Oh my God, I gotta go." So, so yeah, I'm just looking at it. This, we've had it's a very good day in our AI today. A very good
Yeah.
day. Again, Chris, I want. Look, we're Tuesday, right? So you have the
Yeah.
development meeting.
Yep.
You have to. When I say you have to, you don't have to do anything, but. But, the whole thing with our, I still can't remember if the reentry price is part of the
Yes.
standard. It is part, but I
Yes.
also think though, why not the reentry time also? And at least that also, so people know when that happened, as opposed to they're having to add the column.
I concur. I'm going to add it to the Confluence report
I
right now
mean,
because I'm
yeah.
going to be heading to the dev meeting right now.
Okay. Okay. So I'll let you go. Okay, but I should attend one of these things. Again, just to, well, not the dev, but maybe the marketing meeting. But I mean, it just makes no sense to me. We're burying the lead as if I were a journalist, you
I
know,
concur. I concur.
because it's such a look at QMCO. I mean,
Yep.
it hit the stop. The original price was 1638, our
Mm-hmm.
alert price. Hit the
Yep.
stop, came halfway between 1613, went straight up. I mean,
Yep.
so why are we burying that? Anyway, I'll let you go, Chris. I know you got to get going, but
All good. All
we'll,
good.
we'll see you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Barry. We'll see you on the next one. Take care. Bye bye.
Now, just give me a moment. I've got to find. Okay, guys, I think in YouTube we're fine. I think you see my screen now. Oops. Okay, guys, I'm back in the both rooms, audio, and just give me a moment as I make one adjustment. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. I'm fiddling around my other monitor, trying to make an adjustment to one of my screen sizes. Okay, get rid of the announcement. All right, here I am. Okay, guys, music's going, everything's going. So, how do I save it to when I load each new doc window, it stays at my 5-minute chart setting? So, are you talking about a doc window or just a normal window? They're talking about a doc window. It shouldn't be any different. I mean, if I wanted, if I don't have any docs free to lay, but if I wanted to create a doc out of these, you know, the upside versus downside, daily trend reversals, and put these 4 charts in there, really, it shouldn't make any difference. If there's the 5-minute, if it's a now, yeah, I mean, if it's a 15-minute chart you're putting in, and then a 5-minute chart, and then a daily chart, and a weekly chart. Oh, now are you talking about in the channel? Are you talking about a okay. If you're talking about changing something in the channel, then coming back. Okay, so the channels are for everybody. Okay, so now I suppose let me go to the sector status channel. I think I know what you're talking about. So here's a 15-minute chart. But let's say I didn't want that. I wanted a 5-minute chart. So here's my 5-minute chart. So I think what you're talking about is, so when I leave this channel, I come back, it's back to a 15, right? Okay. So the channels are for everyone, okay? So the fact that you want to make a change, I'm just talking in general, you want to make a change to a chart or anything in here, absolutely anything in here. That's not necessarily what everybody else wants. So these channels are set for everyone, okay? Now, if it were a channel, let me make sure I'm right. No, I know you don't want to change. Yeah, I know, I understand. I know you don't want to, but that's the problem that people don't understand, that they go into the channel and they're in it and say, okay, I'm going to make a change here. I'm going to make a change here. I'm going to make a change here. And they think, great, I've made the change, and they can see the changes. They leave the channel, they come back, and the channels aren't saved. So correct me if I'm wrong, Pepe, then if you wanted to, you could right click and save or share to cloud. Well, save or share to cloud, and then I think I've never tried this, okay, but I think then you give it a name, save or share to cloud, and you call it my sector status as an example. Okay, let me see if that works, just out of curiosity. It should work, but let me just I'll do this. Okay, so now I go up here, so I'm going to get out of this. And it is a doc channel. Yeah. Okay. Well, there's nothing. Okay. But that's the only way. Otherwise, I'm not sure how they would do it. Okay. You save your channel. You love the idea of this. It's all created for you. You make some changes to it, and then you just save it. You can actually, you can put 5 of them up here. Okay. You can put five channels up here. So they would, you can, yes, you can edit custom channels. I haven't done this forever. Okay, yeah. So here it is. You add a channel and it'll show up here. Yeah, I think you can do 5. All right, Pepe, you can do 5 channels, right? Okay. So, I mean, it's not every channel, but I mean, yeah, I'm sure that's it. You just you click on add channel and you pick the channel you want. Select from cloud. Okay. Select from cloud. So if that was it, sector status, let's see if this is going to work. I haven't done the, understand, I don't do this. So let's see if it worked. See, I know I did it a long time ago. We'll apply. There you go. Okay. There it is. And I think all I had to do was give it a like another name or something like that. But there it is. It just got added up here. Okay. I'm pretty sure I could have given it some kind of a name. Okay. Do you see what happened? So you can do, I think you can do 5 of them. Well, you would take your doc channel that you saved. Okay. You would take your doc channel that you saved, load from cloud. Here it is. There's the doc, sector status, my. So that was the doc. So I made the change to the channel, saved it, gave it another name. And then, oh, I know what happened. Okay. And then, right click. Now I probably want to change the title. Okay. Change the title and call it my. And then right click and then channel, edit custom channels. I mean, it's a bit convoluted, but so you right click in the body here. You right click in the body, like not in the body, but up here, sort of in the white area. Right click, edit custom channels, and add a channel. And then all you have to do is find it. Okay, select from cloud. Okay, select from cloud, and if you've saved it correctly, it'll taking a while, but it'll show up here. Okay, it's just taking a while. Sometimes it's there. You go. Okay, so you find it, highlight it, select it, and apply it. Okay. So yeah, so it can be done. Oh, you're welcome. Oh, what am I doing? Okay, guys, let's see. I'm having a problem with my YouTube feed now. I think I can't see. There we go. Okay. Yeah, forget about what I just posted about new to StreamYard and all that. I'm just the thing is, I mean, one of the reasons why I do not um, do what I just showed you how to do is I rarely, well, I not just rarely, I do not change my layout. I have the only thing I change. I mean, I have a couple of my pre-market actors up and down that I use, and I just minimize it. But this is the layout I use all day long. How would you use Market Explorer to find some opportunity? Well, I don't use Market Explorer, but I mean, the only one I would use Market Explorer on, maybe. So click on New Market Explorer. Now, understand these are all written by or created by Michael Noss years ago. I don't think anybody uses them, but I mean, you can just try. You can just take a look. I mean, if you're into relative strength, pattern recognition, this is the only one that I've even considered is the TI wave, and so I can get a TI wave on the 5 minutes. But how you use it is going to be up to you. I mean, I can't. Okay, all the other ones, I've never even used the other, never even looked at the other ones. But it would be a matter of, I wouldn't mind trying that, taking a look at that at RSI and seeing what it's giving to me. As an example, the TI wave is interesting because it will show me when a buy flag shows up. This is, but you cannot. And interestingly, wow, kind of interesting. Normally, you're going to get one every 5 minutes because it's based on a 5 minute chart. The last one was at 12:30. Usually, you'll get one, just about every 5 minutes, but there hasn't been one since 12:30. But how will you use it? Up to you. Okay. I mean, I don't use it, but it's up to you. There's another buy flag. There's the buy flag. So if you had clicked on it at 12:30, you would have seen the buy flag. Does that mean you take the trade? Not necessarily, of course, but now today's Tuesday, so I wonder. I don't know for sure if Dan is going to be doing his thing tomorrow. He hasn't. He's been off for about 3 weeks, I guess. What I'm talking about is the CEO of Trade Ideas. He's up until 3 weeks ago, pretty steadily every Wednesday between 12 and 1. He has his own YouTube stream. Your opportunity to ask the CEO questions. One of the questions is, again, as always, I'd like to be able to create your own scan that when a buy flag shows up, I get an alert on that. Oh, did he? Okay, thanks, Pepe. So I guess Dan will be around tomorrow. Okay, but that's your opportunity, yeah, to ask the CEO. Excuse me, of Trade Ideas questions. Ooh, my goodness, that was an expensive lunch. Look at this NN, guys. There was the alert at 12:14. Good one, Pepe. Look at that alert at 12:14, 1779, and it's 1916 now, and it was pretty much straight up. Wow, that was an expensive lunch I took. Wow. How about the IBG? 104? Nothing yet. This is a cheap one. I probably would never try to short this one anyway. But this one, wow. I mean, and it's funny because normally we don't get too many this late in the day. Most of the action is in the first, well, you can see 10:39. I would say in the first hour in this particular two scans. And after that, it's, pretty sporadic. I love this scan though. If I only had one to use, if they said, Barry, Trade Ideas is now limiting you to one scan, this would be it. I'm showing it to you. It's the daily trend. Like, if you remember, I'll just give it to you. Now, the fact that this could be my favorite scan does not necessarily mean it's going to be yours or anybody else listening to me. I mean, I sort of have an idea about what I like to see. but it's on my homepage. And in fact, what time is it now? 1:17. As I'll go over my homepage right now, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. And I'll dive into the scan, okay? So that, whoops, wrong. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Just bear with me, and I go through this little preamble first, and then I'll get to the scan. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, right now you can get 25% off using my code. And that's 25% off the monthly, the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. It doesn't matter which plan you pick, whether it's our standard or our premium service. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Why? The company tracks the use of these codes, and if they see my code being used often enough times, then they don't mind keeping both of these trading rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and then the main room here. Okay, so this room here is free also, and usually it's going to be open sometime, say right around 7 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so if you want to interact with other traders by 7 o'clock, or even a little earlier, I think William said he opened it at 6:30 today, all times Eastern. Then come into this room; it's free, and you can interact with other traders during the pre-market. I don't do it because I live in Vancouver, Canada, so it's too early for me. So I thank William for doing that. And if he doesn't, if he's late, or well, not late, but if he doesn't do it, Chris will do it. Chris looks in at around 7 o'clock also. Anyway, so the room is open in the pre-market. If you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week is right here. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And clicking on my homepage link, if you're taking out a subscription right now or you're thinking about it, click on the more info, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and getting started with Trade Ideas. This is mandatory. If you're taking out a subscription right now, this is mandatory that you do this, okay? 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about the capabilities of the program. It may or may not be for you, okay? So before you even, why would you take out a subscription without at least looking at this to understand what the program can do? And if you think, okay, you know what, looks interesting, I'll try it for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe after a month. Back to basics. This is for you if you're new to trading. Free series of videos, 15 of them, if you're new to trading. Okay, now getting to my scans. So you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, here they are, center section, view the scans. So here are the ones that you can actually see. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Upside versus downside movers is here, and halts resumes is here. So now this is the daily trend reversals, okay? This is the don't repeat version of it. If you load it from my homepage right now, this is more like what you're going to see, okay? This is the repeating version. What I mean by that is this doesn't repeat after you get the first alert. So NN, the first alert was at 12:14 Eastern time. The price was 17.79. That's why I could click on that and say, well, what did it do from there? Well, pretty darn good. 1931 now. This is the repeating version every time it made a new high. Okay, Alec early on. Again, if I weren't doing what I'm doing, and obviously I get distracted somewhat, and I like answering questions. I love answering questions, but if all I had to do was just stare at this all day long, I would probably be able to pick up more and trade a little bit more for my own account. But it's okay. Please ask questions, otherwise I'll get very bored. So this is what now. The only thing is, so who asked that question earlier? So Katouche, So this is what you would get. And if you want to also have the don't repeat version, I can tell you how to do it. The only other thing is this. when you load it from my homepage, and and understand also when you load it from my homepage, you're not going to get everything that happened previous to, well, what time is it now? 1:22 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, you're not going to get all these earlier ones. You're just going to get the last one probably. Okay. Same with the race. If you load my race and you say, well, I must have done something wrong because I'm not getting that top 10 list. That's because your race starts, or your top 10 list is built from when you load the race. I load my race in at about 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. Want any questions about the race? I can answer them. Now the other thing though is this: you don't have to. When you say your screen is black, you mean you cannot see what I'm doing? Is that what you mean, Katouche? Okay. Now that might mean yeah, I was just going to say you probably have to refresh. I mean, that shouldn't be, of course. You probably have to refresh or change browsers. Because the whole idea, of course, what I do, I mean, sure, you can listen to me, but the whole other idea is that you can see my screen and see what I'm doing. So you might want to refresh or change browsers. Now, what I can do for you is I will pop the link in. Now, the only thing, I'm going to do one thing here. I'm going to, no, I don't have to. Okay, I'll save and share to cloud. Okay, so here is the link. Okay, but you would really should try to figure out, if maybe you have to change browsers or do a refresh. And just to, there are other scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have them open, but they're up there. Certainly can take a look at them. So anyway, Katisha, if you click on my homepage link, though, you would have, even though you can't see the scans as I'm presenting them, you will see them on if you click on my homepage link and click on the scan section. Just scroll down a bit and click on the scan section, and they're all there. Okay. That's a big move, and this is another earnings play, NN. 101 million in the float, so it's not a low float. To be up 22%, that's a great move for this company. And when you look left, it took out that high right there. So the next high on the weekly chart, I mean, it still has in theory room. I mean, a lot of room. 2186. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I mean, if you look left on that weekly chart, that is the next high. So, I mean, there is a lot of room still. Oh, okay, good, good. Ah, you are right. Post market, you're right. Bugs me. I wish they had another color for every time I see the red. I just assume it's already happened, but it's not. I wish I had another color for post market. But anyway, I should read that more carefully. It says post market, yes. So you can see, I mean, there are bets being placed. There are bets being placed that the earnings are going to be okay. I'm not saying everybody who's buying it today is going to hold on through earnings, but which is something I never do. But give me one moment, guys. I will be right back. All right, guys, it is now 1:28. So I see Hertz just made a new high. Not in it anymore. But again, yeah, no, I thought it was more than that. So this is why I do like to have this, though, because I can go back and say, okay, what did it do from there? Now the Hertz, I mean, 258. It's still, I mean, it's at 268 now, so it's not like it's run away from that alert price. Now, what I'll do now though is show you, well, why are these alerts showing up? Why are these things showing up? First of all, just to let you know how I've color coded this, if it's in powder blue, it's a suggestion to go long, and if it's in yellow, a suggestion to go short. So, what are the filters that I'm using? This is a multi-strategy window. What does that mean? It means I've got more than one alert window in here. All a multi-strategy window is you can put alert windows. If I right click in it and strategies, you can see I've got two. These are just two scans, two different alert windows. Okay. You can have almost as many alert windows as you want in a multi-strategy window. Now, I wouldn't go overboard, but you don't. Well, you don't have to have them all checked. But why would we use a multi-strategy window? Normal reason is screen space. If you've only got one monitor and you've got several alert windows, sometimes it's nice to be able to just group them into one window called a multi-strategy window. And then you color code it so you know what you're looking at, or what you could see. I don't have the name of it here because I know that yellow is, for me, I know that yellow up big yesterday is down big today, so that's a potential short. And then this one down big yesterday, but up big today, that's the potential long. I know my colors, okay? So what is it actually looking for? So this is the powder blue one. So I'm going to click on the configure. So this is what it's looking for. So remember, an alert window, you have a set of filters. All the filter values have to be met. And then you have what we call a trigger. And we have many different triggers. I'm just using a new high. That's a new high of the day. So if the price is between 1 and 60 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, and the volume is 150,000 shares minimum, and the price has to be at least up 1% from yesterday's close, and the stock, when it closed, it was down 5% at least when it closed yesterday. And the price has to be at least at or above yesterday's high. That's what that means. And I don't want to see an alert at 9:30. Okay, when the market open, I delay it for 5 minutes. Doesn't mean that the alert it's all real time data, but I don't want to see the alerts pouring in on me at 9:30 because I'll get probably way too many. Even delaying it 5 minutes, I'm still getting a fair number of alerts. That's all that means. Let's take a look. Okay. So that's what the time of day filter is. So if you want to delay your alerts coming in, you don't want to see them right off the bat because you could get overloaded. Now, when you load it from my homepage, I had it at 10. I have now reduced it for me to 5. You don't have to. You don't want to. And I also had a price minimum of 2. And now I've got a price minimum of 1. You don't have to, but what I'm really trying to show you is you can make adjustments to your style of trading. You can add some filters in if you want, but that's what it's looking for. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay, that's what that all means. And then the other one is just the reverse. Instead of a new high of the day, I'm looking for a new low of the day. All this is going to be the same price range, current volume, but now the price has to be down at least 1% from yesterday's close. But the price closed up at least 5% yesterday. When it closed, it was up 5%. and then it's got to be below the low of yesterday. So you can see this is just the reverse of the other one. And pictorially, this is what it would look like. You can see yesterday, NN, it closed down. It closed 5%. It was down 5% from the previous day's close. Okay. Today it's reversing. That's what it's looking for. Whereas BABX, which is the a company ETF for BABA, it was up at least 5% yesterday. You can see that, but down today. That's what it's looking for. So, if any questions about it, I'm right here for probably maybe another half hour. William, what are your plans today, if any? 3-ish? Okay. So I am going to be leaving probably 2-ish. Okay. But William will keep the room open after I leave, as he calls it, 3-ish. Oh, you got to pick up your dog. Okay. From the teeth cleaning. Okay. So that's typically what happens. Now, William is under no obligation to keep the room open after I leave. But he has been doing that a little bit. And what I'll do is, even though I will have left, I will keep my screen display up so you can still see what's happening. The race is always active. This scroll is always active. Probably won't get now if you get one in here later in the afternoon, that can be really good. Okay, guys, let's see. Well, the Scion looks like it's not going to do it. SION. Now I can go back in time and let's see what happened from each one of these alerts. Now everything is not, especially these. Here's my caveat, and I use this as a great example, really. SION. Yeah. Was it down over 5% yesterday? Well, yes, it was. I mean, look at this. It was on Friday, it closed at $51. And it went down to $4 yesterday. Okay. And I had horrible news. It's a bio, and whatever drug they've got, I think it's in the late stage, didn't work. Basically, didn't work. So they just and they don't really have much else going on. So that's why it got absolutely crushed. So yes, it did show up here at 529 because it was over yesterday's high and all that. But my caveat is this: a stock that had such horrible news, it's not like the news has disappeared and it's having a little bit of a bounce. And I'm not saying, it's not possible to trade these, but I'm a little more reluctant on these ones because, the selling pressure could come right back. Unless they come out with some news and say, you know what, the tests weren't as bad as we thought, or something. Okay, as opposed to maybe maybe the market's had a bad is having a bad day, and a lot of stocks are just down, not because of any individual reason. In other words, it wasn't because of poor earnings or horrible news. They were just down because the overall market was down. And then today the market's up. Those are the better ones, in my opinion, if that makes sense. Because again, there's no bad news, specifically baked into the stock. It's just that yesterday the market was down. So Amber, I should show you how to do it though, okay? But I'll show you. But when you say you can't really see, is that because your monitor is too small or something like that? Because you can open it up yourself and really be able to see it. Okay. I mean, you have the scan, right? Okay. So hopefully, I mean, all you have to do is, let's say you wanted to see the powder blue one. Okay. So right click in it, right click in the body of it. This would be the one you'd have. Okay. This is the don't repeat, but it's virtually the same. So right click. And when you see strategies, go like hover over strategies, and then the two scans will pop up. And so all you have to do, now hopefully you're following. I'll do it again. Right click in the body of the scan. Right click, go down to strategies. When you hover over strategies, the two strategies or scans are going to pop up. Go over the first one, another box will pop up, and there right at the very top is configure. Can you see all that? Because once you if you can see that configure, then you just click on it and here they are. You just click on the summary and you're going to see exactly what I've got. A lot easier for you probably on your eyes or so again, right click in the scan in the body of the multi-strategy window, right click where it says strategies, go to strategies, a box will pop up. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, it's just a matter of the box keeps popping up, yes. And then you can click on configure, and then you can do the same thing for the other one. You know, this, the box will the box will pop up eventually, and then click on configure. Then it's really simple for you to see it right on your screen. I have them both. Yeah, this one sort of nags at me. Don't forget about me. That's how I like. Hey, don't forget about me. I'm making another new high, another new high, another new high. But then I like to have the not repeating so I can go back and see, well, what happened from that first alert. For instance, I mean, if all of a sudden I was clicking on these and every single one of them went the other way, I'd say, maybe I might have to make an adjustment. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Gits, I'm just seeing your question right now. Mahendra? Oh, not Gits. I'm sorry, Mahendra. Okay. Can I show a graph of Gits? This is from our YouTube room. So let's take a look at Gits. So Gits, okay, the first thing I see, always check the relative volume, okay? That's the first thing I do. And, it's not trading anything abnormally right now, 0.61, meaning it's not trading normally. Normally would be 1. Now, sometimes it's skewed because of, some huge day of volume. This doesn't trade very much, though, does it? I mean, that's, 580,000, 469,000. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing about this that I mean, it's had a nice run, $2 to 284 over the last few days. I don't know if there's any news on this one. Registered to sell 2 million shares of common stock for holders. Looking left on the weekly chart, can't see anything immediately. The next high on a monthly chart looks like that, which is 296. So, might struggle to get through 3. I guess if it got through that, then 465 is the next high. Oh, are you asking? Oh no, I do not. I'm not an investment advisor. Now I see advised to buy it now. No, I don't make any advice. I'm not an investment advisor. Okay. Personally, for me, I wouldn't because, number one, it has to get through the whole number of 3, number one, but that's just me. I always think that these whole numbers are going to stall it. But I'm never ever going to say yes. I advise that you buy this now, and your target. And when I talk about, all I do is I just look left, and I want to see, well, if I took this trade, where could it go before it hits that next high? Obviously I'd like to see it on the daily chart, but if I can't see that high on the daily chart, then I go to a weekly, and if I can't see it on the weekly, well, then I go to the monthly. But I'd much rather, of course, be able to see it on the daily. Now, I could scroll back and back and back and back and back and try to find that, that sometime in that month, February, what day. But typically, I just don't do that. So let's see what happened with AHCO. So 576 was the alert before it pulled back. It got up to 5. I mean, nothing fantastic. Now, these ones, the only reason I keep these here because I'm not going to short a $1.50 stock. Okay, I'm just not going to do that. However, what I might do, I might look at this and go, okay, it's holding. What if it all of a sudden gets some volume? I may go the other direction. That's why I keep these. It's like sort of like a watch list too. But I'm not going to. I will not short. I can't remember the last. I typically don't short stocks under $5, but I keep these here because obviously I could up the price range in this scan to not see these. But sometimes I might look at this and go, "Yeah, what if it just this? I mean, tremendous consolidation. What if all of a sudden there's some volume coming in and it pops through that 150? Maybe it gets going." Theme. Now let's take a look at this one. Yeah, I mean it's Airs. I know had a little run in it, 312. A little bit of a run up to 341. The LPW. Let's see if that had a run. I know I was looking at that one earlier. 517. Yeah, but that was early. So what was that? So that was at 936. So right about here. I mean, I think it might have popped up to about 550. Not bad. Now this one again, I probably won't short a stock underneath 5. So, but maybe I go long. This one I did short, and it didn't work. I did short this one, 23.89, but I got out for just a minor loss. Because this is so tied into KWeb, which is the China ETF that I use. And I think when I was short, then it started to do this. So I got out of BABX almost immediately. But at least that was something I didn't mind shorting, and I do it again. It had room. The next low looking left, 23.11. So I'm getting the alert at 23.89. That's. And when I say the next low, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance. Near term chart resistance. In other words, if I had looked at this, get that alert at 23.89, and I look left and the next low on the daily chart is 23.70, I'm not going to take that trade. because I think, well, maybe that 2370 will hold it up. Stim, let's see what happened with Stim. 311. I mean, that actually, yeah, that got up to 345 before it pulled back. That was, really good. I don't think 10x. This is the other one, a lot like the Scion, okay, but hammered down on bad data, or it's a bio had whatever they released, the market just kicked them. I think CFIG gave a little bit of a pop up to about 570, 535, yeah, 560, not bad. But you can see the exercise. 665 hasn't really moved. Alec, oh, I think this one moved. Yeah, 178 before it pulled back at all, 213. The good percentage moves. Hertz, I know, is up a little bit, but you would have had to wait a long time. I think DSP had, I looked at it as a possible short, but I looked and I thought, you know what? I don't like the fact that low is fairly close. So and this is again, socket is too cheap for me to short. And then NN, and we've just talked about that one, 1779 and 1933. It's pulling back now, but that's the best one really. IBG, what happened with IBG? 104. Yeah, could be tomorrow though. And then another cheap. This one just showed up here, guys. GENK. Let's see if there's any chance on this one. So why would I not take this trade? Well, see that red line up here? That is the next high. Well, right there, that red line. That's the next high on a daily chart. I mean, within that week there was a high right there. It looks like right up there, 215. I would have to wait for that to break. But even if it broke, I mean, then the next high in a monthly chart is 237, and there could be days in here that, so it's not as attractive to me. Now, the one thing is that it's right at the 200-day moving average. Maybe, just maybe, it holds that 200-day. Maybe tomorrow. So again, just because something shows up here doesn't mean I just say, okay, just take the trade without any analysis. But I suppose what I could do, yeah, maybe I could do that. And I've got them side by side. You can see complete. Then you can really see clearly what I'm doing. All right, guys, it's 1:52, so I may only have about 10 minutes left. So I can always stay later if there are questions. It's not that I have to leave, but if there are no questions, then I have other things that I can do. Well, this one could be interesting or not. Look at NEOV, guys here, NEOV. Now this scan right here, this upside versus downside movers is pretty cool in the afternoon, because a lot of times what I see when I click on a symbol is a volume burst. See the volume burst? That's for pizza. There's in this particular, this is what we call a compare count window, and these are basically two competing scans. Similar filters, in other words, similar price range, similar minimum volume necessary, similar relative volume, like all similar filters, and show me stocks with those similar filters, the ones making new highs of the day versus the ones making new lows of the day. In red, new lows of the day. In green, new highs of the day. And, just another, I could take these, I could, this is what it looks like. If I can configure and then configure. So I could take this and just have like a normal alert window made of this, with an alert window like this, and then the other one. And notice it also works in the pre-market and post-market. Okay. And then this one is just the red data. Just the reverse, new lows, new lows, new lows. And the price has to be down instead of up 2%. So it's like taking two scans and running them off against each other. Just another way of presenting our data. Okay, guys. Sorry, give me a moment, just sizing something. Yeah, maybe I'll leave it like this. This is probably clears it up a lot better. Wow, look at the SPCX now, guys. I mean, SPCX challenging 30 again. Been a real challenge. I mean, look, there's the low of yesterday, which was 130.17. Takes that out. Look out. Yes, euphoria for people who are holding on, and and everybody expecting on that day right there when they released all those shares that were restricted, that it would really collapse, but no. And it had a great 3-day run, but I'm telling you, it takes that out. I think that's going to test the resolve of a lot of people. But what a tough intraday trader. I mean, look at this, up and down, up and down, up and down. I mean, you might have said, well, okay, the trend was down, yes, but you would have had to withstand some of these little pops. It all depends where you put your stops. You know, it was another nice. This is what I'm talking about. I didn't do it. I should have done it, but using this like a watch list. So the fact that this NNN was fantastic doesn't mean that eventually it might lose steam, and it certainly did. And so you could have turned around even if you'd taken this long, or you missed it, and then watched this and said, you know what? I think a break at 19, this might get it going down. Now, this is interesting because it's right, sitting right on the VWAP now. Will the VWAP act as support? So again, this has earnings after hours today. So definitely that was a strong move. I mean, 15 up to 19. That was a strong move. No, not that I can see. I think it's just maybe speculation on good, bad earnings. I don't know. I know there's no other news that I can see. Looking at my headline news on Interactive Brokers, I do not see anything today. Yes, it could. I mean, if they have a, and remember, I don't hold through earnings, but if they have blowout earnings, 21% float or 21% is short. So if they have blowout earnings, that's going to that could be really interesting. Four times normal in terms of the today's range, in terms of the range. And you can just see that. Look, I mean, look at that. 1939, 1490, but a $5 range compared to all the other days. All right, guys. Well, I don't see any other questions. So what I'm going to do now is for YouTubers, I'm going to have to shut you guys down because there's nobody left to moderate. William will moderate the room when I the other room, the main room when I leave. So I can do that, but I cannot let YouTube run without moderation. So YouTubers, I'll be 9 o'clock or so tomorrow morning. It'll be live. I'll be on the mic. Well, I shouldn't say that. Between 9 and 9:15 for both. Ah, so did you lose my screen there briefly? I can see that I got disconnected. Media server disconnect on my end in the main room. But is it back? Is it back though? Or do you have to do a refresh? Okay. Yeah. So when that happens, I get a little message here saying media disconnect. So probably if you do a refresh right now, it'll come back for you. Okay. And speaking of, NN guys, well, it's trying to hold that 18, trying to hold the VWAP. Okay, YouTuber. So I do have to shut you guys down. So again, we'll see you tomorrow around 9, sometime between 9 and 9:15 on the mic.